Hey guys, welcome to day 14. Yesterday we did a lot of stuff. We redesigned how our pipeline worked, and it's now, I tried it this morning and it works with the Flash model, and it actually is much faster and it's actually working. So what we did, we simplified a lot of it. So I'll just run this to show how much faster it is. Basically, we're supplying a ton of, I gotta attach the data still. So I'll show you how that works. I attach the market data. And this is the signal to start like generating a chart. And this is what we use in our today's brief to generate all our charts. It's also going to be much cheaper now that we can use the Flash model. So I'm happy about that. Still somewhat slow, I guess. Like, ideally, but there are some limitations. So this is what it made this table. Looks like we need to fix something here though. Let me see what happened. Let me reload here. With the description. It says lacking the necessary points for the signal mean, signal STD. However, the chart looks the same, so that's good. So we'll look into that. Yesterday we ran a lot of tests, so we built like a test pipeline for 120 tests on all of our questions. I'll show what that looks like. So we'll go to the test output. Here. Okay. So tests and then output right here. So you have a lot of different types of charts. There were probably 5 to 10 that were not working, so we'll spend some time working on that. And I'm probably going to generate that brief for today with now that it's using the Flash model. Just to test that out. Oh, right. So we need to finish hooking this up. So yesterday we were redesigning the today's brief pipeline as well, with the simplifications. What we did is we spent a lot of time kind of designing how we wanted it to look first, and then we made it. So that was probably one thing we learned there, is like the bigger features. It's best to kind of generate some design docs and review them, make sure everything's good. Because at first we just wanted it to work, but because we started adding more and more data, kind of got pretty complex, and we're putting all in one pipeline, all the today's brief and all the chat going there and the admin panels. So it's kind of a little bit messy. Hey, how's it going, Shadon? So the first thing I'm going to start with is just creating a new doc. I'm going to grab all this stuff that we are going to do next. Also, we deployed on Google Cloud instead of using Render. I'll include the getting international data for today, maybe. So day 14. I'll just remove this stuff. Okay, cool. We added some system prompts yesterday, so that seemed to be helpful for us. I'll go find it. Prompts. So this is the system prompt we added to Cloud Code. I also have here, don't expose environment variables, because Cloud Code likes to do that. So, it's basically don't hard code things, right? Like things that can't be maintained, it should validate with the user first. Another thing Cloud Code likes to do, it likes to always create backwards compatibility. So like, let's say you have a old, some old database schema or something. It wants to make sure you're, and migrate your old database to the new. It's like, okay, we're just testing. We can just like nuke the database, so it doesn't matter. So it also tends to keep old code because it doesn't want to break existing functionality, which is fine if you have a lot of people using your product. But if you're just building at the beginning, it's best to remove this stuff. Yeah. So we added that, and we're gonna keep seeing what works. So we'll add more and more here. Okay, we're going to start with continuing our work on the today's brief changes. And so we'll fix that error. We're generating a bunch of tests for that as well. Actually, we already did. So I think they passed, but they were just unit tests, and then there was just one integration test. So we're going to add a lot more integration tests, because clearly it's not working. This is me changing the Flash model to Flash model. Cool. See how we can see all our tests. Can we go ahead and add more? Looks like whisper flow stopped. Started my computer. Wow, look at this. Hey, my words per minute are improving on whisper flow. It used to be 150. Interesting. Okay. I guess it doesn't matter unless you're saying really condensed information. I don't know. Sometimes I'm saying and stuff, so don't know if that counts. So we'd like to add more integration tests. Right now we just have one, so let's add maybe 10. So we did this. So far it seems to, but we did see when we just generated the that last chart, it messed up the description. So we'll see if we can avoid this scenario. I'm looking forward to the Gemini 3 Flash. Yeah, attaching data thing. We could look at that. Excuse me. So right now you have to attach which data you want. Let's see what we could change it to. I think the most annoying one is when you have to attach like individual company data. Maybe we could detect if they have like a dictionary and it automatically attaches, but it asks them first, I suppose. The reason why is because this is a paid feature. So we don't want to automatically do it. I might send this to, well, I won't do it yet because I want to test this first. 12 integration tests. Did you put them in a new category so that way we can just run only the integration tests? One thing, I think it only goes back to 5 years, so let's fix that. So it looks like the chart in, I'm gonna clear this though. Looks like the chart in portfolio performance only goes back 5 years. Can we expand this to maybe 20? Before you begin though, we can do some maybe point smoothing stuff for that. Let's probably keep the max points we currently have so we don't go above that. Okay, go ahead and do that. All our MOPA data. Let's maybe investigate this as well. This would be cool. All right, we're gonna create a new design for our alternative data pipeline. It's the reason why I thought about it a little bit last night. We're gonna separate it is because people are gonna ask different types of questions. So it's although we're still gonna use our helper functions and we call it our, I guess, our library for generating those charts. The types of prompts we're going to send to the LLM along the way with each data source is probably going to be a bit different. So therefore, we have to make it a separate section. It's not going to be part of that macroeconomic individual company iteration with the LLM when it's generating the scripts or getting the data. It's just going to be a little different because it depends on also the data sources we're going to be sending. So it's going to be like we route to the right. You can think of it as like iterating with the LLM to get to the right data. But it has to be a separate place, otherwise it'll get really messy. Okay, so it looks like it updated. It's not just 5 years now. We'll see if that is true. Nice, yeah, it went to 2010. How much data we? May 4th. I'm just verifying, but I think it looks good. I'm gonna change this to be like, yeah, that's because we're smoothing the points. That's why that doesn't work. It's fine. Yeah, I think that's fine. So I'll commit that. So integration tests plus we changed the Flash model plus the increased time period portfolio. In the research page, when the user is asking a question, they should be able to choose which model So we're giving them two options, the Flash model and the Pro model. Oh, thanks, Trium. Thanks for joining. I've been kind of rethinking these streams. I think it's kind of like it's like a co-working space, right? Like if we get like a lot of people working together and we have like a cool chat running, it could be kind of cool. Like I could imagine like let's say we had 20 people who are working on their own projects. They're sharing, hey, you know, this system prompt worked or whatever, you know, or hey, you know, actually, I found always developing the tests first is good. I mean, someone said that. I think I'm actually going to do that going forward with big features to try it out. I historically never did that because I don't like doing that myself when I'm working. I don't really like that approach. Like with vanilla, you know, no AI. It was not my favorite experience doing that, but I think with AI, you know, writing tests is much easier. So yeah. Hey Game Boys, channel's about, it's about us making things using AI essentially. I mean, that's kind of the general gist of it. So on the research page, when the user's asking a question. Before we begin though, maybe should we actually put the names of the models? Because I don't think the target user of this like will know what, you know, Gemini Flash First Pro is, right? Maybe we should just say our best model and default model, something like this. Let's ideate what that would be called. Yeah, so my plan is like at some point we'll get back to working on a game. If you look at my earlier videos, we were working on a game and that was a lot of fun. So, but for now, we're going to be making kind of SaaS sort of stuff for probably a long time. Like I'm having a reasonable amount of fun doing this, so I don't really see any reason to. Games take too long, so. Okay, so on the research page. Bridge Mind, yes. Cool, thanks Game Boys. Yeah, I've seen Bridge Mind. He's pretty cool. He makes I think his product's pretty neat. So. Okay, so we made our integration tests. So I'm going to go ahead and run these. We're going to see what happens. Looks like it's, I just only want to run the integration ones. I'll let that run a bit. Yeah. So yeah, let's go ahead and add that. It should be like a little drop down they can choose. Name of the model. I'm just clarifying this because it tends to get the model names wrong. You know, you'll get an error. Hey, programming enjoyer. Let me put this here. Actually, I'm gonna move the chat right here. Oh, there you go. I think that's a good place for it. In the corner where my webcam is. Be able to see you guys talk much easier. does it do that? Let's see. I guess never mind. Hey, look at our to-do here. So how can we go about attaching or backfilling our mobile app data? You can see in, let's see what it's named here. It's called research data. We're collecting this every day, but we want to backfill for maybe a couple years. Do you have any idea how we could accomplish this? Is there any API that could get the same data that we're collecting in this folder? At what amount will you be financially independent? Not really sure. Maybe 40 to 50,000 a year, just from from the projects we work on. You know, it's kind of like you're not really dependent on anybody. It's just dependent on, that's your only source. That's kind of how I defined it. Looks like my screen maybe froze. Oh no, it didn't. Yeah, just the audio. Hey, how's it going? There you go. Hey, Latin America. Yeah, everything's going well. Right now I'm looking at how we can backfill the app data that we're collecting, because we want to have some years worth first, rather than having to collect it all ourselves every day. Five years, okay. So very expensive, so probably not that one. Also very expensive. Sensor tower, very expensive. Okay, app figures maybe. Okay, so could we just pay for 1 month of app figures and just backfill with 3 years? And could we get all the data we currently have? Doing some recording by yourself. Adding support for your software for local. Oh, nice. That's cool. Yeah, let me know. If you get a local model that you feel like is working pretty well, that'd be interesting. I'd like to decouple myself if I could, but unfortunately, I think the model won't be very great as far as the changes. Tools are for me, not for me. Oh, gotcha. It's got it. I got it. We're still running these tests in the background, looks like. Let's see if it... I'm going to ask if it writes anything. Does it write to a log file as it's running, so we can see how many are passing? I guess it depends on the task. I'm going to do this for the simpler tasks, more critical ones. Gotcha. That makes a lot of sense. Do like it's kind of like an autofill. People, that's kind of their workflow. They like to maybe have a little bit more control over the code. and they just kind of autofill functions. Oh yeah, I can do this. There we go. Nice. Okay. Perfect. So I changed it so from now on the chat, I'll be able to see while I'm doing stuff. Yeah, yesterday I accidentally missed some chats. The dude was like, the heck, man? Hmm. Does it write to the output folder? Like the, should be like integrate, it should label it like integration tests, today's brief, and should have the date after. If you guys use Whisperflow, always make sure to like pause after you press the button a bit, because it always misses the first words. Okay, so 6 passed, 4 failed. So I'm probably just gonna copy everything. You have a favorite language or software you're working with? Stack development right now. But any others? I like using, as far as like, using AI, I like Cloud Code and Opus 4.5. Those are really good models. As far as like what I enjoy, like vanilla, just programming myself, kind of depends what I'm working on. Like, I'd say I have the most fun when I'm working on like something very visual, like a game, or like trying to think, when did I have the most fun program? Oh, I really like native app development. So when I'm working on mobile apps, I enjoyed doing that. I did an internship where I was like, uh, I had a lot of fun at that job. So I'd say, I enjoy a lot of times when I'm working, just seeing what I'm making as opposed to like, I think programming's fun, but it's not like super fun in my opinion. Like just vanilla. I enjoy this process quite a bit more than I do use Whisper, and for me sometimes cuts the end, so I'll have to wait. Yeah, definitely. If I've coded a clone of Whisperflow. Oh, that's cool, Latino America. That's I think I would be willing to switch. So if you made one that you felt like was as good or close to, and uh, uh, I'll pay half, $7 a month. I mean, it does make a lot of mistakes, so I'm not sure. Like when I compared it today, because I was using my phone to talk to Gemini, and I was like, man, this output seems to be quite a bit better than Whisperflow. So I was like, because I was using Google's voice to text. So I guess it's not surprising they're better, but you try Studio Delphi for phone apps. I haven't tried that. No. All right, so let's pass these logs in. So we should see it in output, although that was before I made this change. Where was it storing these logs before? So where was it storing these logs before you made this change? Since we just completed a test, we want to copy the file. Before it was starting in tests, today's brief over here. Nice. Good. But I don't see it here, so I guess it didn't store it. Oh. No, definitely not. Okay. And so let's see if maybe when we made that change, maybe it stored it here. If not, we'll just have to... Yeah, I don't see it. So I think I just need to copy paste what happened here. It's my options. So this is the situation. From these logs, can you figure out which test failed? Oh, nice. Okay, so we know this integration test is kind of working because we got this same error when we were testing this manually. So that means it picked up on an error that we had seen. So I'm going to ask it to fix those three things. So let's go ahead and fix those three things. Make sure I committed everything. Oh yeah, we added the selected model. I'm going to go ahead and take a look at what that looks like on the research page. So it's kind of weird looking. Where should it go? Maybe like, where is it on ChatGPT? They put it at the top, right? Oh no, they put it like here. There's like a drop down or something. Yeah, we could just put it at the top, like just some little drop down maybe. Let's go ahead and put this drop down at the right below the header, centered at the top. They can choose which model to use and change the names. I mean, let's make it like, you know what? Just go ahead and put the model name, Gemini 2 Flash. I mean, Gemini 2.5 Flash, Gemini 2.5 Pro. We'll decide later if we want to make it simpler for the user. Oh yeah, that's okay. But I think there shouldn't be a background. Just sort of like a... What advice will you give to get started in web development? I'm still in school, but I'm trying to make some projects, but not for now. Nice. Let me think. I guess it depends what your goal is. You're thinking you will probably want to get a job in that area, right? I'd say like just keep working on projects. That's a great way to learn. I'd say whenever you don't understand a concept, try not to. It's maybe easier these days to like kind of outsource it to the AI a bit. But I think more important, it's easy to focus on like the language, you know, um, diving into details that aren't really necessarily that important about like how exactly this specific language is working. The more important thing is like learning the foundational concepts of software development. So that's more like, you know, curriculum. You can get all some of that is like theory based. That's like, for example, the discrete math stuff you probably don't necessarily need to focus on, but it's more like learning about like caching, learning about, deploying to the cloud, learning about, although granted that's less foundational because that changes, right? The idea is like you sort of learn something that's going to stand the test of time, whereas like if you focus a lot of your energy on like specific frameworks, and it's not a bad idea to maybe learn like your primary few, but the thing is about um, if you learn the foundations, then you can basically program in any language because you understand the just as general principles, and it's just a matter of just learning the syntax. I guess if I guess that's what I would say. That would probably be more the high value stuff. Um, yeah, that's what I'd say. I'd say working projects is great. That's how I learn the best. So that's good that you're doing that. It's also a lot more fun than just like studying. Can we go ahead and remove you added a header. It should just be, the background should be just the black, or not the black, just be the background. Let's see what it did as far as this. Trying to see if this makes sense. Result is none. Then we return empty. That kind of makes sense. I'm changing the song here.
When dusk consumes the light,
Can you explain what you've done here? What's the general idea? Nice. Sounds good. That's good. You already have a great time to learn. You got the job already. Ask a lot of questions. be afraid to ask questions. You're new. That's the best time. Sometimes you think you're like a burden to the. I remember when I started, and everyone's like, ask questions. I was like, yeah, it's definitely true. Like, once you're there for a long time, then I guess it's a little bit, you lose the ability to ask the basics. Also think to start. Yeah. I mean, who knows how this is going to turn out, right? It's like, I think definitely as we've found out on stream, like high level planning, you still need to do for more complex things. You can't just totally rely on it. So there's some security there, right? Here it is. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. I like how creative it is. Honestly, I think this made programming a lot more fun for me. Like, I really, I don't mind programming. Like, programming's fine. Like, it's like, okay. But I always found it like a little bit tedious. Like, I always had to like, whenever you make a change, you gotta go like between like 10, 15 files, change everything else that, let's say you change a function name. It's like, I didn't, So for me, this process has removed some of the tedium a little bit. I can just do the high level planning, and that's actually the fun part. I enjoy that. I just don't enjoy like when you feel like a little bit of a factory worker, because for example, right, I worked Java Spring, and it's like, I don't know, it's like always, it's kind of the same sort of stuff, I guess. So it's not like super fun. But this process is a lot more fun, right? So I'm actually, I can throw all the tedious stuff to the AI and focus on also the business aspect of it, of like how exactly would you market this? What's the target user? I can focus more on that kind of stuff, which is a lot of fun as well. So for me, I like how the field is evolving, but I know it's not everyone's cup of tea, so that's fine. Yeah, but we don't want to hard code anything about, like, we should just direct the LLM to do what it should do. So what I'm saying here is, I think I'm going to add that to the system prompts. What should I do, actually? Let me think. I'm going to create a new file, and it's OS. I've noticed it's done this over and over again, and we're going to call it instructions for pipeline. And I'm just going to attach this file whenever I need it to do certain things, right? Like whenever we're working on our little pipeline here, it likes to add these like explicits, like, hey, the LLM returned the wrong thing. Therefore, I'm going to try to take the thing that it returned and just kind of like make it work. That's actually the opposite, right? We want to direct the LLM to say the right thing from the beginning. So we change the prompts itself, right? So I'm going to say that. So if the LLM returned the wrong result in the pipeline, and I'm going to attach all the different types. So question, pipeline, today's brief pipeline, and we're going to call it the mobile app data pipeline. Then we should change the prompt to to the LLM in order to avoid this problem. For example, using Pandas library instead of ours, our Prism, I think we called it Prism chart library. My dad is always scaring me that AI will take my job. I see it's easy stuff. I'm trying to use it as a tool, not a slave. Yeah, I think that's the key, right? And you know, we have a long life, like 40 years. We're working in a field that it's who the hell knows what's going to be in 10 years, 20 years. The only thing that you have to know is that you're going to have to adapt. That's, I mean, you can't choose this field and expect not to have to adapt to something new. I mean, I've only been in this field for like 5 years and it's like totally different already. Like, so what the hell is it going to be 10 years, 20 years? Whatever happens, it's like, it's just going to be a constant learning thing, and you have to like that to some extent, right? There's some fields that you don't need that, right? Like if you're a plumber, you know, you probably, it's the same sort of thing, and that's totally cool. So now that I created this doc here, I'm going to attach this. I think we're going to keep like a series of just like this kind of thing. Whatever we're working on currently, we'll have instructions to have it avoid certain types of fixes if we notice it's going wrong. We have our global system prompts, and we'll do a little bit more specific. I'll try that out. Hey, JMD, how's it going? Welcome back. We are working on integration tests. Fun stuff. Remembered when probably CEO of NVIDIA said, in a few years, the most popular programming language will be English. Yes, probably true. Yes, it depends what you define as programming, but yes. I would agree, though. I think I'm in the category that agrees with that. Okay, so for some reason that yeah, JMD restream is down. So unfortunately, I can't have the chat this stream. I mean, I could. I just have to modify all my custom CSS and stuff and plug in the new. Granted, that's maybe 30 minutes of work, but I just wanted to start the stream, so this stream we won't, but it will be back tomorrow. So it is. Where did we save this file? Put it in projects notes. Oh, I see. I'm gonna put it in the docs instead. No, that's fine. No. What do we call this file again? I just want to do the same name. Instructions for pipeline. Yeah, it is what it is, so I've accepted it. I was like, this morning kind of frustrated. I was like, it's not starting the stream. That's why we started a little later. Look harder. my opinion, all software engineers are turning into system designers. This is, I agree, this is the next step. It's becoming more high level. You start with a design doc, then you go, it gets all the stakeholders and everyone agree, then you do the system design, then you get down to the implementation design, and then that's where AI just like 10x, not 10x, but probably 5x is the speed of development. But it's that last step, which does take a considerable amount of time. But the system design and stuff, that also takes a lot of time. Like there's a lot of meetings, tons of meetings on that. Probably like 50% of the time. Well, it depends what your role is, right? Staff engineer is probably like, that's 100%, maybe 90%, maybe 80%, I'm guessing. That's not a staff, so. Let me revert the validator. Okay, let's see what it did. Hopefully it took our instructions into account here. Let's read it. So did it change this? Exactly. I'm just wondering why it added this other section here. Generate replacement question. I don't really want to do that. Why did you add this function? I don't think we want this. We just want to change the prompt. I believe we just want to change the prompt so it doesn't. We direct it a little bit more so it doesn't use this pandas library for this. Oh, I see. So this is a different issue. Do we not already have a iteration step? Oh no, we don't want to do this though. So, okay. So take a look at this document. It's getting a little bit confused because it doesn't know what we're doing. So I'm attaching the docs we made yesterday. These are like our design docs. There it is, down here. It was this one, yeah. Just docs / yeah, I should just do that. That's faster. Yeah, it's this one. We're redesigning how this works, right? So the way this, take a look at how the question pipeline works now. It's possible there's just some old logic here. We're not going to generate a replacement question because the question pipeline takes in a question. Something it's like this, right? Every time we start working on a new like collection of features, like it's a big feature, create a doc that's like pipeline context, or I mean a folder. We'll just move everything in there, and we'll just attach the folder. So I'm moving it to, we're gonna call it pipelines v2 designs. Oh, I see I didn't make the directory. That's all right. Okay, we got it. Context. Good. Okay. So I'm gonna move the rest of the stuff. Move today's brief. I think that's it. And then the instructions, move that too. Okay, cool. That looks like everything, right? I don't think we need anything else. V2. All right, I'm kind of annoyed now. I'm gonna discard this. I think I accidentally corrupted it or something. What happened here? Oh, it's right here. What the heck? Must be making a typo. I'm gonna discard these two. First, I'm gonna test something. Yeah, okay, this one works. Okay. Problem is we have so many that are like the same name. Okay, .md. And then this one too.
When dusk consumes the light, consumes the light, dusk comes. I'm haunted by echoes.
Yes, okay, that's all of them. So now, from now on, when we ask questions, we attach this folder about this specific thing, so that way it understands what we're doing.
I'm haunted by echoes. Trapped in this darkened tale.
Well, you put this in LLM Insights, right? You didn't put it in the question. I mean, right now we're fixing something that should be in the today's brief pipeline v2, no? Right, we were working on backfilling our app data. Let's see what we can do. Takes cake. This is a marathon, not a sprint. Although it might seem like it from the title. For me, it's a marathon. Come back in a year, and maybe we'll see where we're at. Figures as historical. So roughly how much do you think it will cost to get 3 years of all this data? There we go. That's better. So did we originally not add any replacement questions? I thought that's up to the configuration. Don't we have a config file where that's being set? Good, bro. Keep it up and growing. Nice. It's working mainly for Microsoft. Oh, cool. Oh, cool. It's cool, man. And after 3 years. Nice. Hey, that's cool. You're kind of doing the same stuff. I was thinking the stream could be kind of like, it'd be like a co-working space. People doing, YouTube's very good at targeting people who are doing the similar things, so. Max retries. Yes. Yes, absolutely. So you should depend on the config. Okay, another thing. Here's what we're going to do. For every big feature, we're going to tell it exactly what files you need to look at for each implementation. Because in this scenario, it missed that we have a configuration file that it should respect with our pipeline here. So we're going to add that to, we're going to call it like files to, just files to look at, or is there a better name? Relevant files. Okay, give me all the relevant files, including the config for the today's brief for this feature. It's the pipeline context. Yes, I'm asking you to give me a list of all the files relevant to this implementation currently. So go through the today's brief architecture, go through the question pipeline v2. It's the monitor setup. It's pretty simple. I just have my laptop here, and then I have my one monitor. Nothing too crazy. I probably should raise it though, because I think my posture is pretty bad right now, because I have to look down at the, so I should probably make it like here. Cool, thanks, Takes Cake. So let's make sure it has all the files. I think it should have the configs. I don't see it at the moment. You want to see a 2D engine that looks 3D almost in full. I got every AI you can see. Hey, feel free to go join the Discord, because you can share your projects, and that's kind of the idea behind it. Like, feel free to send your stuff, what you're working on. I'll check it out, and hopefully get some maybe feedback from other people if you're looking for that. Okay, so there's the config here. I think we have don't we have two configs? One for the today's brief, one for the question pipeline. You just made Grok concede on there. Grok's praising it on the link. Cool. Yeah, feel free to share it, Cool. So update the list and give it back to me. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, sure. Feel free to share your stuff. We all learn from each other. Let's see, LLM Insights. So I'm wondering about the LLM Insights. Is this going to be deprecated with our new today's brief? I think it should be, right? I'm not totally sure. What does it currently do that today's brief v2 does not do? Yeah, feel free to share it, in the Discord. Show like a demo or something. I see. The LLM Insights generates the questions. Gotcha. Can we go ahead and so here's our idea, right? We're gonna create this file again, but just in the today's brief v2. The reason is we're trying to scope the change, so we don't want to make any changes to the original code base. So just go ahead and move that into the today's brief v2. And then we'll delete the old one once we deprecate it. Get rid of it. Hey Sinrek, how's it going? Good morning or evening. I'll remove the border here. I don't really like the white. Can you remove this like white border you put around the button? Also, I don't think it's centered on the... Is this not centered? Can you make it a little more transparent button? Like it's it shouldn't just... It should be kind of like... Should be similar to the attachments styling. We're kind of an investment platform. It gives you information and you can track your portfolio. It gives you a newsletter customized to your preferences about what you want to see every morning. So you can go into your preferences and select the things you care about, and it will send it to you. The today's brief looks like this. Gives you a bunch of data and questions. Calendar. It gives you an AI analysis of your portfolio. That is the paid feature. Okay, so change the button. That looks decent, but I'm pretty sure it's like not centered somehow. I'm okay with it for now, but isn't it supposed to change what the model is? Does this actually change the model? I don't see it in the code.
Trapped in this darkened tale.
Because right now I just see the button, but where is it passing in the model? Oh, maybe it's right here. Oh, I think it's right here. Yeah. It says selected model. Cool. So the next thing, let's guard the 2.5 Pro. You can only use this if you are a pro user, and then it will use your credits. Or we'll just say, using the Gemini 2.5 Pro, that will subtract a credit. Subtract 2 credits. The Gemini 2.5 Flash subtracts 1 credit. I believe that's already implemented. Okay, go ahead and implement your fix there then, you know, so that fix that you had done on the other LLM Insights. Oh, before we do that. Okay, now give me the full list of files for relevant to this folder. I attached their designs. Cool, that looks good. Probably good. Okay, cool.
Windows consumes the night. Consumes the light.
Is the research chat hooked up to the new pipeline?
I'm haunted by echoes. Trapped in this darkened tale. When dusk consumes the light, consumes the light. Don't ever fall.
Let's see how much would it cost. Okay, backfill. Jesus. This is really expensive to backfill. We're just gonna have to do this ourselves, I think. This is too much. Poopy butt got wrecked, man. What did you even say? Okay, I'm gonna reconfigure that. I don't want it banning you guys for just like stupid stuff. Go check that out real quick. Oh, TCM Bravo is our biggest chatter. Neat. Okay, let's see, chat moderation. I don't really care about caps. I'm gonna disable that. Excess emotes, don't care about that. Links, don't care about that. Oh, maybe, yeah, that's fine. Okay, yeah, I changed it. It should be better now. Okay, let's go ahead and hook it up. Yes, it works now. You can throw as much caps as you'd like. Okay, I'm actually quite hungry. Okay, cool. It looks like it's done. It hooked it up to the chat. We're going to test our new V2 pipeline. See if it works. We ran a lot of tests, so I think it should, but you never know. Let's compare the speed as well. This is one of the harder questions, so we'll see if it works or not. I don't think we've tested this one. Not sure if it'll choose a table or not. So did you make it, how did you do how are you handling the queries now for the app data? Is it the same path? Aha, look at that. That's good. I'll make sure it's the same chart. Obviously, the description's still wrong. But... Oh no, it's still going through the old one. Okay. Annoying. So here's how it should work. We're replacing the market attachment. It's going to go through the new pipeline. That's the only section we're changing. And the individual stocks too. Those should go through the new pipeline. The way it should work, if you chat with no attachment, it just goes directly to the model. And the query, we're just going to leave alone. We're not going to touch it. So the app data should go through the old one. So this unfortunately was the old one, so we don't know yet. Let me see here. So go to the give me all the relevant files for this context. So all the configs, every relevant file, and list it. We're going to put this in our new doc. It's what we're going to provide whenever we're implementing new things in this area of the code. Okay, let's take a look. Let's see if that works. Search. Make sure that this does what we expect. Okay, good. So this should be the new pipeline. We'll see if it works with this question. Okay. Oh, looks like our new pipeline doesn't return the script anymore, which we wanted to do. So that way we can debug it better. Use a table. So this is a test to see. Oh, oops. Use a table markets. See if that prompt works for choosing, like overwriting our choices. Oh, nice, that works. The period got a little messed up, but it kind of worked. It did get the right historical occurrences, which tells me something. So now I'm going to run the same questions that we ran in our test, just to make sure everything is as we expect. Apple returns after ETF. I'm gonna look that up. Apple returns. What was the question? Interesting. Well, the one thing we did change there is we changed it to the Flash model, so I'm going to run that again in the Pro model. This is a good experiment to see what it can do. So I'm going to delete all these because they're not really that relevant. Now we're running with 2.5 Pro, so we'll see if we can do it then. Let's see what our error is. I mean, maybe it's related to our recent changes here. No, but did you include the today's brief v2, that all those files? There we go, finally. Did you include the config for the today's brief v2? Oh, no separate config for that. Okay. So you're saying both the today's brief and the pipeline v2 both use the same config file. Can we make sure to separate these two, the two separate ones? They're not actually using the config. Uh-huh. So can you direct me to the code where it's actually loading in the new config? Yeah, I mean, what's the point of a config file if it's not actually wired up? Okay, cool. Nice, okay, good. So I'm gonna go ahead and commit these. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and stash these changes. Because I want to see if this works, because this worked in our test, right, for the pipeline. So I'm curious if it's our existing changes that caused the problem. Because we did change some of the prompts. So I'm using the exact same conditions that the test passed. Hopefully, unless there's something to do with the chat hookup. Add back just to see out of curiosity. Okay. I'm not going to check if there's potentially some problem with our test, because why did it pass, right? So what's the command to run just this test, just this one? Oh yes, proceed. Well, actually don't. Hmm. Please don't run the test, or just tell me how to run it, because I'm gonna run it. Cool. Oh. Cool. I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab a coffee, another coffee, coffee too. Okay, we continue. Right now we're testing our tests. Making sure they're working as we expect. Can you make it just much simpler to run this test? Like, I should be able to run each individual test. Is there any way we can add this functionality? Yeah, go ahead and do that. This new line thing's sort of annoying. Okay, some weird error. I think it's because we probably don't initialize the environment variable for each test. We do it at the beginning. I think now it should work. Nice. All right, let's see what it does. Should be creating a new folder. Yes. Okay, good. That's good in some sense, right? Because it's like, see what the error was. Like, at least our tests match what happened when we tried to do it. I think that's it. That's all I want to commit. Okay, now I'm going to try stashing the changes, running it again. Will the tests use the Flash model by default now? Is there, just out of curiosity, don't change anything? What? I should maybe just start typing, because... Oh no, I guess I just need to give it a second. Like press it, wait, and then start talking. Don't change anything. Okay, same error. Could you potentially add a flag for the test so we can select which model? What is LLM base? Oops. Confused. What? It's Command Shift P. Always has been. Oh no. One second. Yeah, it's... what? Now it works. What the hell, bro? So weird. Okay, so we're looking at LM base. I'll just change this to Pro. Just out of curiosity. If I run this test again, what will happen? Any idea what happened here? Yeah, can we go ahead and add FXI? So I guess my guess is that I guess it was hallucinated somehow. Last time it succeeded. Pretty weird. How would it even do that? I guess we can answer that question. I'm curious. So what's interesting to me is that this test passed I mean, it passed and has a chart. So can you try to figure out how did this happen if we didn't have the data? Look at the script that it created. What did it do? No code, just let's talk about it. Very curious. How did it do it without the data? Sorry, what? I'm confused. Can you explain this to me? Uh, why is run single using a different data source? Yeah, you should definitely use the same data as the other tests. How do we prevent that situation in the future? I think it's a similar idea. You have to like have your context of how this works that you pass in. Okay, there we go. There we go. Cool. So it's a simple problem. Very simple problem. Let me think. I want to add this one to the tests. Can we add this one to the tests as well? Before you continue, tell me what category this should go in. Cool. Let's go ahead and add this. running a new test. I kind of like this process. It's a little more structured. We're slowly getting all the things we need to get this right. Cool. N equals 3. For a question like this, what do you think the acceptable period should be, right? Where did we go wrong as far as... I'm not going to fix this yet, though. Before I continue, I'm going to unstash the changes, run the same tests, make sure everything's working. Good. What's the commands to run the data loader again and load in some new data? See what our error is here. I got this error. All right, there's no error, but I got an error on the front end. Let's see here. What could this be? This is the chart was generated. I don't know if I reload, will it be here? Out of curiosity. Oh, okay, it is, huh? That changed the time periods. Interesting. Okay, it comes back with something went wrong, but then when you reload the page, it worked. So there's no error though. I wonder if it has to do with I have too many conversations because I remember I added some logic for that. So I'll just remove a ton of these. It says this, then I reload and it's there, the image. This is actually really good. It changes the chart every time, which is kind of what I wanted. All right, let's go ahead and recommit some of this. I can discard this. I'm not going to commit these things yet. That's a good point. I'll try with a different company. What R? Bad grammar. Nice. It's pretty fast too. It's pretty dope. Actually pretty stoked about this. It's a little broken, but let's see here. So if I direct it to use a table, I think it will. We should just have a thing where you select individual companies and then it has a dictionary that can sort of router step or something. Hmm. Hey, what? If I just say that, does it work? Probably not, right? Because I think it has to be the full context. Hey, it actually kind of worked. Hey, this is cool. It's fast too. Hey, pretty neat. I'm kind of doubting these, specifically this number. That's exactly 50%. It seems a little suspicious. But we're going to ask it to come back with the script. I think the only thing is like when I keep keeping my conversation going, it doesn't know the prior question I asked. Okay, but then I reload. And it works. Interesting. Oh, now it's coming back with the script. Obviously the script works. Okay, I'm gonna check this one more time. So if I do... So let's see, did this return a 200? Looks like it did. Heck. I'm getting this result on some conversations when I send a chat. However, when I reload the page, it is correct, or I mean, it has the chart and everything. So it comes back with a 200. I'm looking at the what the response is. Could have something to do with the images themselves. Okay, so we know this is like it's working pretty well, right? Like generates the chart and everything, and there's a few aspects of it that doesn't really work that well, but what about international data, international stock data? How hard would this be to get valuation data? In theory, could we just do a bunch of scraping and build a nice data set? Couldn't we just get SEC filings? Like, let's consider like companies in India, for example, right? Like, how would we, what kinds of, how would we get this data in theory, or Japanese companies? I guess it's different for every country, right? And some might have way less data available. Granted, they're probably all public, right? They might just have different formats. Nice. Good stuff. See if I can do custom days. Some curiosity. 2 1 day. Okay. Haha. Nice. Let's fix the S&P stuff. I think seems to be broken on. Now to figure out whether we keep this or not. Looks like I just added one step. It's not bad. This is just error. Just error validation. Okay, that's fine. Heck is that? Take a look at the problem here. One thing I want to figure out first, how can we capture this scenario in our tests, right? Where like we're not able to get the right numbers for like the average edge and the outperformance. First, let's talk about what's the problem here. Let's talk about that first. Whenever we want to run it, because here's the thing, right? We're going to run into a lot of problems testing, right? Every single one, we're going to add a new test. That way, when we fix future things, we can just keep building a repertoire of things that'll work. Let's talk about first, what's the fix for something like this? Is it a problem from the LLM's response, or what specifically was it? We named the fields wrong from going from our pipeline to the charts. What specifically was the issue? That's true. Do we not have a helper function for this sort of cross asset analysis? Did we not create one of these? So when we ask a question like this, right, we don't really care about the S&P 500, right? So would our helper function about cross assets work in this case? Do you think it was forwarded to the right place? I think it was, maybe. But when we build the chart is depending on the S&P 500 data. It's a little bit too tightly coupled. The chart labels it wrong. Yeah, it's kind of like this is our control. So in this case, average Microsoft returns when China large cap ETF, Microsoft returns. Win rate doesn't really apply in this scenario. A little tricky. I'm testing without when we don't. Oops. Interesting. Specify the table. Oh, same error as before. So I'm kind of thinking the problem is the table is is pretty tightly coupled with this idea of like win rate, etc. Right? We've kind of baked it into some of these charts. That's true. Kind of makes sense, right? Like you make the charts a little more configurable. Hmm. It kind of makes sense to me that we're making these charts a bit more configurable. Like you can put things where you want. It's kind of like, okay, what is the chart for? The chart is for like a certain type of display, right? All the logic about what we put at various places, that should be pretty configurable, right? Like based on the type of question, you might want different labels. Maybe you want no labels. So I think we kind of have to decouple a little bit of our chart logic from this original goal. I think where we put, yes, okay, I think I'm getting it. Where we put the logic for what goes where is in the Prism chart library that we have. We have our charts. We got our Prism chart library. Let me look real quick. Yeah. Well, no, this is we might need to create a new section, which is like, let me read this real quick. You have the signal, and then you have all the win rate stuff. And the forward returns section. take a look at this, right? What do you think? Let's try to ideate on a plan here. We kind of need to decouple a little bit. Okay, what I'm thinking is these all fall in the same category. This idea of percent outperformance, average edge outperformance. It's kind of like we're adding a second layer, right? We're answering this Microsoft forward returns, right? Technically, you could add this stuff. You could say Microsoft forward returns, and then how much does it outperform, and then you put this, right? But it should be optional. So it's like a second layer that we shouldn't bake into the forward returns library. I think it's like right now the forward returns really bakes in the win rates outperformance into the forward returns calculations. But I'm thinking that should be a second layer. So we decouple it so it's like win rate calculation, and we can just attach that to anything. And then for the charts, it's like it's going to have spaces, right? We're going to decouple the logic there too, where it's like you can have labels, right? This chart library, it's like I would like a label here, I'd like a label there. I don't really care like what type of label it is. They could put anything they want. That's kind of what I'm thinking. Let's ideate this. Be like create a new file called like win rate. Like, and it wouldn't work for every chart, so you'd only apply it some charts. Look at this. Yeah, so this is like really tightly coupled. So we'll just make this like a label. See, these ones are very generic, right? We want a generic chart that we can customize. Hmm. Oh, hey, Freddie. Restream was down this morning, so I'm just doing YouTube for today. But I'll be streaming again on Twitch tomorrow. That was kind of annoying this morning. I was like trying to start it up, kept just getting errors. I just streamed to YouTube directly. So what are we up to? I know a lot of people might have asked. Please, no worries, Verdi. I'm working on the chart. I'll show you. We're working. So our goal is to make a lot of cool types of charts, and I'm trying to really generalize it so you can ask all sorts of questions and be able to get cool charts. We are using the Flash model to generate these most recent ones, but yeah, it's just a bit of work because it has to be designed in a way that I'll show you our current issue. What this is an investment platform, so you get briefs every day, gives you data and some cool stats, and you can track your portfolio. It gives you all your key statistics about your portfolio. You can zoom in on regions. This is many years of data. It's not my portfolio. But yeah, it gives you statistics and you get your news and everything. And then if you want to go to the research tab, you can ask questions about your portfolio, generate charts. And I'm trying to make this a really cool thing where you can really generate anything. Not anything, but 95% of things. But as you can see, this particular chart, we're too tightly coupling this idea of win rate and outperformance into the charts. But you might just want a simple question. So we're trying to kind of factor out that to separate category. Or what we're trying to do is the LLM should be able to attach whatever label to this, right? Maybe it's nothing. Right? Might be just empty. This data public. Yes, this is public data. We're scraping from Google Play Store to get mobile data and stuff. It's kind of our start of our alternative data we're going to start collecting. Here. What would that baseline benchmark step look like? I'm trying to think would it be another section of files that would be Is there a prism chart? Library. Should we add to the library? Like we have a bunch of new files that's like labels. Like right now we have our helpers for creating the chart data. But would we have a new set of helpers that would be for generating the labels that we would allow the LLM to call? A script to test load on requests and pipelines. Yeah, so we have a lot of tests to test these pipelines. Yesterday we ran 120 tests, and most of them are passing. It's like only 5 to 10 are kind of messed up. But I think this is the next step for us to generalize this. Is like the LLM should be able to choose what labels to add to the charts. Right now it's kind of baked in a little bit. Okay, yeah, so explain. So our idea is we want the LLM to generate as little code as possible. So we kind of we're creating a little library, which is telling the LLM, hey, this is the documentation for I'll pull up the file. This is our documentation for our library. So we say, hey, here's the interface. And then it will use this has two benefits. First, it generates less code, and also will generate the results for the chart in the data format that we expect it to. Like, for example, this one returns results control. Well, there's more detailed right here. The actual JSON it should output. So we don't have to tell it to do this. We just tell it to call the helper. And then we take that data and we make the chart. But what we did currently is we put in things like win rates and things like this, but that doesn't apply to every question into these helpers. So we should take that out, maybe make a new set of helpers that's called like chart labels. The LLM will call that if it makes sense based on the question to call that and create those labels. That's what I'm thinking makes sense. So we take out a little bit of the logic for each of these to solve this problem. And if you think about it, it's the same. Like right now it uses like pandas library to do some things, but instead it's just we're kind of putting an extra layer on top of that to reduce the amount of logic that it has to do. So that way we can use the Flash model, which is really cheap. Because otherwise it's too complex. Some of these functions are pretty long. Kind of thinking this makes sense. We create a new set of helpers that's for the chart labels. There's going to be just one for now. I think it's just a win rate thing. That's like if you're comparing between two and the user is asking how they're performing compared to something else, right? So a very common one is the S&P, but that would be one that's very clear when to apply that. I'm just saying that to the AI. I think this makes sense. Yeah. Do you think this makes sense? Check my logic here. What do you think makes sense here? I'm talking to the AI, just in case. Yeah, bro, I thought you had a 3D. Oh, thanks, man. Yeah, I'm not so much. I was making the games and the animation stuff for the game because I like making games, but So, Freddie, who are you on Twitch? I don't even think anyone. I didn't know anyone watches on Twitch. Thought it was like, yeah. So, are you JoJo? Is that because I remember JoJo was on Twitch? That was the only one I think I remember. Oh, you're JoJo. Okay, okay. Yeah. That's funny. I don't really understand how to get bigger on Twitch. I feel like it's one of those platforms that's like you kind of bring your audience there. I don't know if you can actually get discovered so much. How did you, if you don't mind, how did you find it on there? Is there a way to find to discover smaller streams on there? Like YouTube, I think it recommends it to people who are interested. Hey TCM, welcome back. We were doing hard stuff, but I think we got an understanding of what we're doing now to fix this problem. Comparison is optional. Found you on YouTube. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I remember that actually, because you were asking me like, hey, yeah, like add emojis and stuff, or whatever they're called. Right. Keep the control. I like that. But we have to figure out what control makes sense based on the question. Oh, interesting, Freddy. Huh. Interesting. I wonder why that would be. I guess maybe Twitch has a higher ad load. I feel like probably does. Or maybe they're just more friendly with the creators. Could be. So win rate comparison. I feel like we should support them. Oh, I see. Those two functions that you listed, would those be helper functions for the labels? Is that what you're thinking? Like we have two categories of helper functions. The actual helper functions to create the chart data, and then the second helper functions for the labels. I guess maybe the control, yeah. And I guess second category in the labels, we'll include the control, which is that second bar. We'll include that as like a label, even though it technically isn't, but it'll be in this category. It's the comparison layer. Okay, that's maybe a better name for that. Oh, this is cool. Yeah. Does Microsoft beat spy when and then it? How are we going to make sure the LLM calls this? Do we just update the? Are we just going to update the interface with this idea? I guess so. Where do you deploy your projects? Any notable performance insights? Yeah, so I've started to deploy the projects on Google Cloud. So I just make a deploy script, run it. It's really easy. I actually really like that process. It didn't take long. And you just ask it, hey, I'd like to deploy to Google Cloud. Granted, you should probably, if you're like a beginner, you should learn a few things so you don't, you know, and you probably shouldn't just trust the deploy script, honestly. So maybe I take that back. Because you should read it and look at it because you don't want to do some crazy stuff. Because, you know, that's, well, I guess if your plan is free, like if you have a free plan, maybe you don't have to worry about it. But yeah, that's what I'm doing. I deployed Google Cloud, performance insights. Recently, we've been definitely learning some things. If you're doing something complex, create like design docs first, review the design docs, correct them over and over again until it gets right, and then implement. And I also added some system prompts I'm doing for like globally on Cloud Code to help reduce some of the problems that we see. I'll show you. Yeah, I'll do it over here. So we created this prompts doc, and we added this system prompts, which is like before implementing, always validate with the user on the if they're doing some like hard coding stuff. You don't want that, right? Because it's like fake. It's not real, and it causes lots of bugs. Hard-coded values are multiple edge cases, complex patterns that are hard to maintain. Another thing it likes to do is like it doesn't want to delete old code because it's like it wants to make sure it doesn't break anything. So you'd say, hey, we're in testing. We don't care if you delete old code. Like, fine. I trusted and ran a command, create a service. Oh no, yeah, 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 yeah. That's not definitely trusting deploy scripts and stuff like that. Probably read it because you can burn a lot of money. I mean, there are some things you can do. Maybe I'll make a video. Google Cloud doesn't allow you to do a billing limit, but you can create a script that will destroy all your services and stuff like that if you hit a billing limit. And I haven't deployed that yet, but I'm going to just in case, you know, like let's say something happens. Who knows? Maybe I expose the API key on stream or something. I don't know. Something happens. At least I have this script that'll, you know, this cloud function or whatever that'll run and just like nuke everything. Granted, that won't protect you if they have the API key, but regardless, well, I guess it would if you limited the API key. Maybe it could protect you a little bit. Funny how I had the ability to create but not view it. Yeah, that is kind of weird. What happened there? Maybe some sort of maybe demoted yourself. I have no idea. Gave yourself less permissions. Yeah, I mean, definitely these cloud providers are not very friendly to like people who don't know what they're doing. It's just not. They just weren't really designed for like non-professional. I mean, a little bit of student use. That's why they're for like free plan and stuff. But like, you know, they don't even have an ability to put a hard billing limit. You know, that's how much they cater. Because you know they figured if people accidentally put a hard billing limit, you know, their service might go down, and that's worse than you know. I assume that's the reason, but maybe they just They just want to take your money. I don't know. The command probably did that. Freaking clankers. Yeah. It's true. So we're going to try something new. I haven't done this yet. We're going to create the tests first for these new set of helpers. We're going to see how that goes. We're going to start doing this going forward. Be a good experiment. I've heard multiple people say this is good. So we're going to create a new set of helpers, but this time we're creating the tests first instead of after. All right, let's go ahead and add this to our interface document. We're going to do that first. And let's create a new file called what did they call it? Comparison layer helpers.
No, no, love doesn't fade just because you walked away. You closed the door, said it's done, but I'm still here stuck in that last hug. You say it's better this way.
D and put it in
But every street, every light I pass, you come back like the past. And it hurts, it rips me in two. It holds me, breaks me, and whispers you. I breathe you in every sound.
Sorry for the bad song, I will change it. Yes. So I'm creating a plan, and we're going to review that too. And then we're going to create the tests. Let's see. I think we have some other stuff we could do while it's doing that. Multitask a little bit. Burned out so much today. Yeah. I think what's the cause of burnout? It's probably losing momentum, right? As soon as you feel like you start to like, maybe you have to rewrite something. I've noticed like as I catch more and more momentum, it's like so, you know, maybe one solution if you feel like you're like really not moving forward is move to another project where you can catch that momentum again. It's like catching a wave. I think what people call motivation is just momentum. Like if you have momentum, you will have the to be. Anyways, I think that's not an original idea. That's what I believe. I think I heard Jeff Bezos say that too. So, what happened, yo? Yeah, what happened? Create the implementation. Cool. So we got some stuff. Let's look at it. Facebook app review. What's a Facebook app? Is that like what Farmville was? I don't know. Is that something on Facebook? Does Facebook have Facebook app? I don't have a Facebook anymore. It was banned. Okay, read this doc. Yes. Yes, this looks right. That is a long ass file, dude. Oh, this is 2 functions. Okay. Okay, one thing that I'm trying to figure out is once we generate all this, how do we determine which values should go on each label? Right now we kind of hard code that into the chart. But we need some mechanism to know, like, for each chart, where do we put each value that we've generated for the comparison data? Yeah, we could simplify it a little bit. But each chart is a little different, right? So is there a way we can generalize this? Is it always going to be the same pattern? What goes into the legend versus... Oh, I just realized. We can make a separate layer in between that's like this type of data, and we can hard code that. It's like this type of data, this is where we're going to put each. It's like almost a config, almost like this, or just like a structure of like these types of data goes on these labels for this chart. I think that's fine. I think we should create a file that's like, it's like an intermediary between our, when we finish the data generation to the chart generation, where it's just going to be a structured file where we say this type of data goes to this place on this part in this particular chart, right? So like, for example, the average edge goes in the legend. Oh, I'm not going to give an example because it has all the data there. So I understand. Like a chart schema mapping file. Yeah, okay, cool. All right. Yes, that sounds fine. Only include slots that have data, yep. Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. Let's add it to our plan. It's going to be a separate file. We're going to have also another file that's kind of like a wrapper for the charts. And what it's going to do is going to take that like chart schema mapper, and it's going to transform it into what the charts need, because we want to keep the charts, all the chart files logic should be very generalized, right? Like the charts only need to know what should go in each space. So we want kind of like an interface wrapper thing for that. So add that to the plan. Cool. I'll be right back. I'm back. Yeah, this makes a lot of sense. Okay, I'll go ahead and read that document, but I think that makes sense. Yeah, this makes a lot of sense. It's kind of like we're making chart configs about like how the chart can look. Oh, right, but here's what we're going to do. We're going to build tests first. So, interesting. All right, take this plan. We're going to go ahead and build the tests first. So, build out the tests for how this should be structured. These new helpers, the new schema, chart mapper. Go ahead and create that. Create all the files in the. Nope, don't do that. Build the tests and nothing else. you go ahead and create a new page? It's or new type of page. It's like when the user clicks into a position. So like Microsoft, NVO, Tesla. What is your plan for the for after the 8 hours? Chilling or working? Trying to get overcome my ADHD whilst building. I usually I go work out because like if I don't, um, yeah, I'm gonna get really overweight. So I always try to get every other day, and let's see what else. Um, I usually just chill. Like I watch some videos and some of my hobbies. I play some guitar sometimes. Go ahead and create a new page. These clicks into. They should see like a position overview page. It should be structured like the styles should be very similar to the portfolio page. Like there should be a huge chart, but the differences are it's going to have quite a lot of information about the stock, like its PE, so all the statistics and stuff would change. And they should be able to easily go back to their portfolio. So go ahead and take a shot at that. I'm running an experiment of, oh, well, it's going to be, so when I click this position, it goes into new page with the position details, like the stock specifically. Think of this as like a we're only going to do equities for now, no options or anything. So it says it created the test. Let's take a look here. I guess I'll just yeah, because our current integration tests are going to test this, right? So we don't really need to make integration tests because we already have a bunch. Okay, let's go ahead with the implementation now. Try not to touch the existing code. We're just going to create new files. And we're just going to deprecate the old stuff once we get it working. What are you working on, Most Wanted? If you're still here. No worries if you're not. Cool. Make it so when I click a position in the portfolio or asset performance, it's going to go to that ticker page. This animation's really cool. Oh, we had a few more models here. That'd be interesting to try. Just running the tests. I'm okay with it doing that because they're just unit tests and take not too long. I'm gonna add another thing to our system prompts because it keeps happening with the with the running the Python scripts has problems. It never runs the source command. I don't know why it goes back to the settings. Kind of weird. Grade 6. Oh wow, made a lot of tests for the charts too. How many tests did it make? I think you'll need to make changes to the charts themselves as well, because we're going to need to make these, you know, these are the renders, so they have to kind of remove some of the logic there, or refactor out some of the logic. The idea is like, they should only be responsible for rendering. They shouldn't know, you know, the details of what we're rendering exactly. Can you make it styled the same way, including the layout as the portfolio page? It should be the same structure same layout, etc. It also should incorporate, dark mode and things like that. Did you update the interface file? No, it's the file that we provide to the LLM for how our interface works. Where is that file? It always tends to style it the same way. We have to get it to adopt our... It does not have the same layout as... It needs to be exactly the same layout. Double check, is this the file that's being sent to the LLM in the pipeline architecture v2? Very interesting. And we're going to add another thing for our system prompts. This is a very common thing it likes to do, which is add fallbacks. But the problem with that is it creates bugs that we don't understand. Never add fallbacks. I'm just keeping never, bro. Like, because it's really confusing when there's a problem. What's going on? Yes, please remove that fallback. Great, now make the chart exactly the same type of chart. You see the library we're using, etc. Okay, now that we've done this, run a few tests maybe. All right, do you think we should run our integration tests now? Maybe we run one of these. Is everything set up? So look at the add the same so I can drag and zoom. Hi, Damascus. Or Bacchus. Yeah, thank you. We're making steady progress. We've been spending quite a lot of time working on our chart generation. We're getting there. I would say like 2 days from now, I think we'll be probably good on that. But it's just like we're continually improving it. So it would be maintainable, and we added tons of tests. So one reason it looks different is like we're in dark mode, I suppose. But yeah, there's more things now. So if I turn off dark mode, it's a light mode. I actually have grown to like the dark mode quite a lot better, so I'm gonna switch it back. One thing I noticed, portfolios is 0 start for the graph. Stocks scale correctly with a range for the line. Oh, explain more what you mean. So portfolio is 0 for the start. All charts should scale to the values in them. I think they do, right? So if I click here, right? So like you see the Y, it does scale, right? So I'm not understanding totally. Oh, are you maybe testing yourself and maybe there's some problems? It could be. Usually if that's the case, it's Y Finance doing something. Yeah, Microsoft is 350 to 550. Because all numbers are in that range. More details. Yeah, isn't that what you would want to have? Because so let's say we start from 0. Then the graph would be like way up here. Portfolio displays 0 even though no value goes below 60K-ish. Let me see. Are you maybe saying like on your screen, like when did you like log in and try it or something and that's what happened? Because mine is the only time it shows like 0 is when I go all, and then it's like, because I have the purchase dates here, my portfolio was near 0. If that makes sense. But I'm not sure if you're maybe talking about your experience with using it. That's a little bug. Sometimes it does a little jankiness. Try to fix that. The portfolio page is the wrong one. On the month data includes 0 on the graph. I'm confused, man. So the right here is 60K, right? This is our current balance, which should be like over here. This is our like historical. I guess where do you see that shows 0? Because 0 is down here. For portfolio unselected in 1 year, shouldn't it rescale to the Y to be between, let's see that. So portfolio 1 year. Oh, I see what you're saying. I get what you're saying now. You're saying, hey, like it should like zoom in more, because sometimes it's like, oh, okay, you were saying the opposite. You were saying it's always showing 0, but we should instead zoom in, which we do on this page. Oh, and that's what you were saying. We do it for Microsoft, but we don't for our portfolio. Thank you. That is right. That is a good point. I didn't even really notice that. Thank you. Okay, so let's fix that. So on the portfolio and asset performance page, we're not zooming into the graph on the y-axis, similar to how we do for the ticker pages, because we're showing the 0 to, I don't want to say specific, but we're always showing from 0. Yeah, thanks to Baucus. Sorry it took me so long. I think I was just misunderstanding, but it makes sense what you said. That's a bit better, I think. So now it makes the lower 40K. Yeah, it's better for sure. notice if I have it on all and then I switch over. Actually, that's fine. Yeah. That's just Microsoft, what Microsoft did for 15 years. Yeah, it looks better. I like that. That's kind of cool. Neat. Can you just give me the commands to run instead of running it? Actually, that's fine. Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. Oh, good. I'm just tuning in for the day. It's been a long one. No worries, no worries. Yeah. We go for, I don't even know how many hours. Well, I guess I'm like halfway through for my day. Hopefully we'll get some stuff done. We're running a lot more tests right now, so we'll see if those tests pass. Oh, the integration test worked. Okay, well, I'll try it. So I'll try running a question. We redesigned some things. We were trying to fix a certain type of problem, which is that our charts are a little bit too coupled with this idea of like, we have to have these labels. So we're kind of removing these if we don't need it for certain types of questions. So we'll see if it works. I'm going to guess it probably won't, just because that was a pretty huge change. So I'll attach the data. Hey, Hikmet, how's it going? Okay. So in this particular scenario, excuse me, we not want these labels to appear. These ones. So try to understand that one. We'll add that to our tests. So I ran this in chat. Did we not hook it up to the chat yet? Don't do it yet. Just wondering. I don't think we did. That's probably why. Okay, that makes sense. So I see you only added 2 renders. Are you gonna make the rest, or just keep? We could just create a, duplicate a lot of the stuff. Or are you just thinking that the other charts were already basically renders? Yeah, decamp. I'm actually considering it. I might do it. I don't see why not. It's not like the application takes a lot of work. So, what about you? Okay, cool. So I'm going to go ahead and commit this part that we did separately. So this we made this little page here, It's a simple one. You know, you click in, you'll see some stock details. It's nice to have, I guess. And then we'll separate that from the other stuff we're doing at the moment. So not this. Not this. Actually, I'm just going to deselect all and just select the ones that are. So it's this one, this one, this one, this one, this one. Applied, did not get in. Applying, yeah. Seems like a good strategy. I guess there's some other accelerators, right? I haven't really looked too much. Launched within 6 weeks. Oh, nice. That's really good. Good job, man. It's always that first few, right? Because that's like, now you can at least show, hey, we did this for this other person. We can help you. I'm gonna ask it to go ahead and hook this up. Let's go ahead and hook this up now. I'm gonna commit first though. Oh, look at that. Okay, I thought they removed this stuff. I was confused. Hold on, I'm gonna actually don't understand what you're doing. Can you explain? I don't think this makes sense. But did you ever change the LLM prompts to... Okay, explain what you mean by slot data. Hey, Decamp, if you're still here, what did you make out of curiosity? Slot dictionary. Are you depending on the LLM to generate this slot dictionary? Oh, I get it. Okay, got it. Oh, you're doing the same sort of thing? Nice. Wait, really? Man, YouTube targeting is very good. Well, it's okay. Even if you're in the same area, hopefully it's not exactly the same. We at least probably have different ideas. So it looks like we're just testing it with this just one chart first. I guess that's okay. This gets our data for where to put each piece of the chart. I'm gonna look at that. Well, I'm gonna just try it first. We'll see if it works. Hey, that actually worked. Okay, but now we're going to try a harder question. What is Microsoft's outperformance of the S&P? I'll just say performance versus the S&P. That's not exactly the same value prop, but in the work gracefully on the cloud terminal. Let's see. Bloomberg would have to buy us both. Nice. Right. Well, you know, do you think we have the same target user? I think mine's more like a middle tier investor, I would say. It's not like beginner. It's not like, you know, it's not professional. Question, how did you set up the microphone to work gracefully with the cloud terminal? Spotty with microphone setup. I use a WhisperFlow. Honestly, mine's not like super great. Like a lot of times it misunderstands me. It's like just good enough that I keep doing it because it's faster. Like I'll show you. I'm speaking at 164 words per minute, so it's like, okay, 60% faster, maybe 20% wrong, 10% wrong. It's just worth it. All right, let's see if we reload. Sometimes if we reload, it shows up for some reason. Okay, so I think it just didn't work. Let me look at the logs. Well, I think the good news is I think it did go to the right path. I'm going to go ahead and add that one to the test. Should have copied it for some reason. There's an error. It doesn't show up. It's fine. Okay, what are Microsoft's versus the S&P? Can you add this one to the tests? Integration tests. And run it. Yeah, I heard a YC, you're more likely to get accepted if you have a co-founder. So I'm not really sure. Like I said, I guess I'll just try, but not really sure whether I'm what they're looking for. I guess if it would have saved, I could have just got the script. That would have been a little faster than running, but it's fine. We need to add the test anyway, so. So for the integration tests, please use our actual data in. Oh, nice. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I guess hit me up on Discord or something, or Twitter, whatever. And keep in touch. We're working on the same thing, you know. Interesting. It says the tests pass. I'm gonna go look at the output or validate that it did what we expect. Even though we got the error, I think it probably won't. So it's in tests output. It's these ones, I guess. We'll make it save it in a folder. Oh, it actually worked. Look. Nice. Why didn't it work in the chat, I wonder? Let me try again. On Discord or Twitter? Oh, shoot. Damn. Add me on LinkedIn, I guess. My name is up here. It's not hidden. Yeah, sure. Sure, yeah, send me. It's up here. I think I'll probably show up. If not, you can filter by places I worked in my Twitter bio. So let's try, YouTube bio, I meant to say. Microsoft. If it doesn't work, it's probably just a difference between the test data. Oh, nice. It worked. Did it fix something? Let me see what it did. There's one thing nice about like when you create tests, like it'll run the test and fix some things for you. So I don't have to. Oh, this is just loading in the other data. I don't see any differences. Weird. All right, we'll try some more now. Right now we're just doing this with the comparison bar. I think it's another one. We should add this too. That's the table. Okay, can you go ahead and add the table as well? Looks like it's just the comparison bar that we did this for. And then after we do this, we'll run the full test suite and we'll see if it still works, everything. Hey, saw dude. Guy's always here. Lurking. Slot based. Oh, it's already open. So here. Nice. Cool. We're going to try some table questions now, and then we'll run the full tests. We'll remove this code before we run the tests. Okay, can you give me some table questions, table type questions for me to test what we've done here? Similar to the ones I did for comparison bar. Oh, really? Okay, I'll just put it in the chat. Oh, sorry. It's too quick. Oh yeah, we could just ask it in table format. Let's try that. Use a table. Kind of changed our styles with the table, which I don't really vibe with the new styles. But I think it's probably right. Let's try another one. This is a harder one. Hey, nice. That worked pretty well too. But let's ask some different ones. Some. What are Tesla returns when oil drops 3%? We'll auto attach this for people soon. Or Tesla. We probably have to attach the oil. I don't know how it. That's not a good question, but we'll just see what happens out of curiosity. Because we don't have just oil data, oil price data. Cool. Sounds good, man. Turns. Oh, I didn't attach semiconductor stocks. I have to do that. See what it does anyway. This one's taking a while. Yeah, that's what I figured. Well, we need to attach some data to the semiconductors, otherwise it cannot answer the question. We will use NVIDIA. Go. I'll add this one as a test because it's not working. It should work, I think. Can we add this one as a test? As an integration test. Also, can you go ahead and make these, they should make a folder and they output their output within output. So it should be like, have the date and what type of tests these are. Is that right? 0% today? Probably not. Something's going on there. Probably just Wi-Fi finance, I think. Let me look at the results for this test. Oh, it worked. Look at the script here. SMH. Oh, I see. Do we not have... So, Apple, SMH, QQQ. We'll see if it works if I do that. We should have NVIDIA in our data set. That's kind of weird. But let's go look. Hmm. So it worked in our test, but then we got an error running it here. So let's try to figure that out. For some reason, when I run it in the chat, I'm getting a different result. I'm getting an error. Are you using the Flash model for your tests? When you hooked it up to the chat, did you make sure that it's attaching the data that the user is attaching? Make sure of that because the LLM needs to know what is attached. So if we're not attaching it, that would cause the inconsistency. Okay, can you explain again what's the problem? I mean, okay, so the user passes in the data, right? They pass in the type of data, and then we pass in the schema of the data. So what are we not doing? Like the user is saying, I want QQQ, we give them the schema of the QQQ data. Or we don't even schema of the data. Cool. I'll be right back. we're back. Just in time for this wonderful song. All right. We have an error. What is the error? Let's go investigate. So the user attaches the data. ChatGPT gets ChatPy gets. This seems a little bit overcomplicated, right? Like, we should have the schema of our data. We should pass in the schema to the LLM. So let's go ahead and, what is BT data? Answer that question first. Where's that from? We're almost there. So the situation, we've answered, we're fixing a lot of the charts. And we're getting to a point that we're going to actually run all of the tests again. But we're going to keep testing some individual questions first until we feel like we're pretty sure it's going to work. Because it's a lot of tests, so it takes a while to run. That's for you to answer. Not for the human. I notice there's some people popping in. We added some system prompts today. I think I might make a video summarizing some of the system prompts we've been adding recently because I think they're useful given some of the problems that we run into with code generations. So this is our system prompt thus far. It likes to try to create code as if we are going to deploy this to something that's like already has users. So it will keep old code and add fallbacks. And the problem with that is over time, you just get really messy. It gets really messy. So we added some system prompts to avoid some of those things and some other things too. But I will maybe talk about that later. Make a video after this stream. It's just been a few hours learning about, that's great, man. Realization, you hit the books. Yeah, sounds good. Yeah, I think you just heard, you're studying exactly the right things in my opinion, because that's stuff that's never going to change. You know, this terminology, what this means, this is what it is, right? So it's like you start with the stuff that stands the test of time, and that way you can continue to use those concepts. Doesn't get out of date. Yeah, exactly. It's this here. What we need to do, we have some old files. One other piece of advice is like, the LLM is going to pick up old files that you didn't delete, and it's going to think that it's necessary for your code base. So you should remove them especially if you're regularly attaching your project and asking questions. It's going to read this file. It's going to be like, this is important. It has things in it. So yeah, another thing we learned. Hello, Shri. Welcome back. It's going pretty well. We're making progress. We added today a new page here for the stock positions, and we're working on the chart stuff. We're getting there. We can answer new types of questions again, and we're working on the pipeline some more to make it. We're kind of taking out some of the logic for the charts. They're really coupled together with the idea of this like outperformance idea. The problem with that is like sometimes questions aren't related to that. So this one is, but this one isn't. So we made the charts. They're just renderers now, and we're taking out the logic into a separate place about where to place. Like, are we going to have a third element of this chart that is in another place now? Like, the charts are just for rendering. So yeah, I mean that's kind of what we should have, but it's okay. You live and learn. How much are you spending on Cloud Code monthly? This is the max subscription. So the $100 one a month can, for like 99% of people, that's really good. I did splurge this month to do the 200 because I got a little frustrated, so I kind of impulse, because I hit it 2 days in a row. But we went through the first 6 days on the $100 month one, so realistically it was kind of unnecessary, but it is what it is. Again, I probably won't for next month. I'll probably go back to the $100 one because it's kind of unnecessary, I think. Okay, so we're probably gonna remove this file. Yeah, so this is the problem. We have two separate files of the schema. Yes, exactly. Let's go ahead and remove this available text file. Hello, Dozenor. Welcome back. We could add a bit more data here, I guess. Some news. So I think for some reason the daily is wrong. So it looks like on the portfolio page that today daily value under the portfolio net liquidity is 0. Can you just double check? It might be a Y finance issue, but just double check this. Don't make any code changes yet. Just tell me what's wrong. So you need to update the schema because I believe it does have that data. So you need to go through currently what's in and update the schema. If I don't have those, let me know, but I should because I believe it's in. Another thing. You guys much cleaner today. Thanks, Dozenor. Appreciate it. We're getting there. One thing I'm happy about today is we can use the Flash model, and it works pretty well. So I'll just show a few examples. So it's much faster. It's not like fast. But this might not work because we're changing the schema file. Our market data test folder has more data, so let's fix that. Yeah, let's go ahead and fix that. Let's add all of the ones that we're missing. We should ideally have the market data test and the market data in sync. Yeah, thanks, man. I think this is why finance, because we'll check later, but I don't think we changed anything related to that, so pretty sure. What are our options for real-time quotes? Is this feasible? I know it's expensive, but how much is it? I think we'll probably have to do delayed stuff. Yeah, let's go ahead and use the data loader and load in these new things. Let's run our mobile app data loader today. Let's start setting up. We're going to deploy this separately, so you're going to create a new deploy script for Google Cloud. Look at the deploy script we currently have. This is going to be a cron job that runs every day at noon PST, and it's going to run that script and just collect the data, and it's going to store it in Firebase, I guess, Fire storage for now. Maybe, wait, let's choose a different storage for that. Maybe not, actually. It's just simple. Just It's not a lot of data yet. Maybe one day. Did you already? Yeah, we're using prismdatafeed.com, but we'll probably change it. I don't think that's a very good, but I don't know. Right now it's not working because I think I turned it off. I don't know. I'll turn it back on. We're in a better state. If I do at the end of the day, I'll turn it back on. Nice. Okay, so it should maybe work. Let me try bringing in this conversation. I mean, this question again. Yeah. I'll try adding the video again. Just curious. Do we have NVIDIA data? Oh, nice. It worked. See how fast that was? That's cool. So it scanned like 30 years of data, or 20, yeah, almost 30. We made this chart like less than 5 seconds. Pretty cool. All right, cool. Let's maybe run our full. Yeah, right? Okay, so let's do this one. And we'll make it so it auto attaches the data. People don't have to do this every time. And you can specify what type of chart you'd like. So if we say use a table. It's cool. So it got all the occurrences. China large cap fell 5%. And it sees that Microsoft returned 0.9%. Cool. All right. Oh, this is my playlist. I'll give it to you. Oh, no worries, dude. You can ask anything you want. This is not a very strict stream. Oh, well, let's try. Okay, so we added some special stuff for these two charts. Let's see if it still works with our others, like the ones down here. Still, before I start running all the tests again. This one. Nice. Let's see. We'll make sure it matches, because this was using the 2.5 Pro, this older conversation. Let's try to figure out what happened here. I see the x-axis different, 60 versus 21 days. I'm just realizing though, I think this makes more sense, right? Like we have like 100 years of data. There's only like 100 Januaries, right? So it should probably be like 98 days. It shouldn't be 2000. So, but it's a little unclear as far as what happened there. Maybe I'll ask. But I think we're ready to run all the tests now. One more change we should make though. I think we're ready to remove the legacy code in this file. In pipeline. Switching from Cloud 4.5. Hey, the Keno, come back. Gemini 3 in a long chat. Very weird. Interesting. Huh. So are you switching? You're probably switching with an anti-gravity, right? Oh yeah, you said with. Yeah, that makes sense. I guess I haven't really tried that. But yeah, I'm with you. I'm using Cloud Opus way more. It's just get better results. So. I think it makes sense, right? Are we ready to remove this? Let's talk about it first. Probably gonna commit before I Oh, okay. So I guess we're good to go. So can you give me the command to run all of the Insights test suite? Yeah, thanks to Keno. I'll change. This one's, I'm not really. Yeah, I'm gonna make a video at the end of this stream about the system prompts. I think I'm gonna start making more videos because we finally, well, not finally, but we're getting some good like learnings, I'd say, about how to improve our. And there's plenty of more things to try. We just started trying the building the tests. We did that for the last feature. That works pretty well. Building the tests first. So I might keep experimenting with that going forward for anything hard. We also make design docs first. So maybe do design docs, then design for the tests, implement that, and start the feature. Yeah, I use Vercel on the front end there. Yeah, I think that's right. I don't need the last part though. Gotta run all the tests. It's the I was using render, but we're switching it. Render's free version's not it's pretty slow, so but it's just for testing in the beginning, just deploy it easily. What's going on here? You know about Zim? What's Zim? I don't want to run all of them. I want to run the specifically the admin insights questions. So I'll show you the folder. Yeah, these ones. ZLM. I haven't heard of it. DCM. Let me look it up. ZLM. Cloud code. Oh, they got a good domain. Z.ai. Oh, found it. Okay, this is the command. I'm gonna save all the. Can we save all the test commands in the docs so it's just easy to run? So for every category of test, just put it in tests.md. There's a song. Cool. So now we got all our tests. I make a new directory, we'll call it tests. You go ahead and make a new file. It's called teststructure.md. Save our, create a little design of how our current tests are looking. Put it in the tests folder. Oh, this is very nice. I don't have to keep asking it for the commands. Take this here. Okay, running our insights with our new changes. This is like 68 questions or something. Can you validate that all the tests are using the Flash model? Okay, so this is not bad actually because we don't actually have the earnings dates. So last time it actually hallucinated the earnings dates. It's fine. I'll let that run while we work on other things. I guess we'll work on today's brief. Right now I think we didn't hook up the new version. Let me see what happens if I click it though. Looks good. That one's messed up. So we're currently in the process of working on our today's brief v2 architecture. We got this error when running the... Actually, let's just go ahead and run the test first. because I think the test picked up this error. Can we run the tests for the today's brief architecture v2? Give me the command, actually. Now we have the command, so I don't have to ask it. Over here. I don't see the... Can you add the today's brief architecture v2 tests to the test stock? Yeah, most what it might depend what you're building. Just kidding. It's like a creative process. Just kidding. Yeah, it's probably hard to be super motivated with it. Okay, we got our new tests. So we're going to run all of them, but only the integration tests. And create a new terminal. I'm confused. What happened there? Pretty sure I copied a different one. Copied this one. Oh, that makes sense, yeah. Yeah, it's kind of hard on your memory, right? Like, one thing that kind of surprises me about these streams is like most of the views are after the stream, which is like kind of strange to me because it's like you'd think people would want to be in it during it. It's kind of weird to watch a stream that's already it's already happened. I don't quite fully understand that. Maybe it's the times that I do it, not really sure. Yeah, so I tried to keep it 4. 4 or 5. It's kind of pushing it a little bit. 'Cause I think each one is like 200 milligrams or maybe a little bit under caffeine because it's a double shot. Probably should maybe do like single shot or something. All right, so we are getting some issues. Granted, these are the harder questions. But one thing that's nice about this is the charts are way better, because before there was all this stuff that was like, didn't make any sense for this particular question. Yeah, coffee's great, man. Something happened here. So we don't have PE ratio in our, I don't think so. Have PE ratio in markets. And the data we're using for tests. Yeah, we don't have PE ratio. Yeah. Banowski. I literally burned through it in like just a little bit too. It's like kind of stupid. Hmm. Before you continue, tell me the name of the script that does this mobile app data loading. Run daily, yeah. Yeah, let's go ahead. Yeah, go ahead and read that and create the cloud deploy scripts. We might add a few things to it though. We're going to actually merge some things. So take a look at, right now we load in this data loader. We load in a bunch of market data, but we're going to merge these into one file that are going to, it's going to just run daily. Well, it can be two files. I mean, it doesn't have to be one file. These files run. Create one file to run both of them. The way the data loader should work is it shouldn't, you might need to modify it a bit because I think it just loads in all the data. It's just loading in the data it doesn't have every day, similar to how the mobile app data works. And then there's another piece of data. All right. All of these things are going to be stored, are going to be updated every day in Firestore. So guys, we're going to start building our dataset collection. It's going to be fun. And this is going to run every day. We're going to, over time, add more and more. We'll start to build a giant catalog of things that we know. And then who knows, maybe one day we can sell it. Because it's kind of hard to find historical data online. I could not. I mean, you pay like $700 to get 3 years of app data, mobile app data, historical data. Like, it's kind of stupid. So we're just gonna every day scrape it, and we'll, over time, just get like. But, you know, obviously we do research as to whether we can sell it. I'm not really sure we can. Just speculating. Maybe we can. If it's allowed. Obviously other people are selling it, so they're doing it somehow. But maybe they have agreements or something. I'll just copy where this is so I can find it. You can go ahead and just copy it from here over to the other project. This one should have worked. Are the today's brief tests, are they using the Gemini 2.0? Okay, they are. I see it on the... Holy crap, it's bright. What the hell is that? Wait, what? Before you create the the deploy script. What are we going to deploy this as? What do you think makes sense? Probably like a cloud function or something. Well, which is the cheapest option? When I ran this command, it seems like it's running the deep dive too. Can you just double check that this flag still works? Maybe made a mistake or something. Yeah, let's go ahead and do a cloud function. So, but before you do it, explain how this script works. Is it going to store all of these once a day? Just go through and explain fully how it's working. So after this finishes, we're going to run it through. So yeah, that's pretty good. Run it through and see what the problems were. Great, it fixed this too. Why is this test so slow? I don't think we have AVGO. Pretty sure that's why this one failed. Can you add these types of commands to the tests.md as well? Basically, all the commands to reload. Actually, make a new file for it called reload data.md, so that way we know how to and put it in the data folder in the docs. So that way we know like all the commands to reload all our data with new things. Let's go ahead and make a master script there too. Should be just it should get everything. So that includes like the build test data, also the market data. Yeah, I think this all makes sense. Let's go ahead and build that deploy script and put it in the... We don't have this information. So how much should I expect this to cost of a month of usage every day? Okay, 20 cents a month. Handle that. I'll move this over here because I got to set up some stuff like environment variables and things when I deploy. Nice, everything worked. And that's using the Flash model. That saves quite a bit of money. So we're no longer using the Pro model for these questions. Did this reload? I don't think so. I think it's only once per week or something. Is the today's architecture v2 already hooked up to the button? Today's brief. I like this chart. So now we could maybe throw in a few company data. Yeah, let's do that. Do we have integration tests set up for today's brief architecture V2? How many do we have? I got some problems. It didn't come up with anything on the front page. So let's just talk about why I don't code yet. So what we want to try to do is understand what happened and what's the inconsistency with our tests versus what is happening in production. Oh, hey, Evan. How did you first come up with this project? What made you commit to building it? Well, this is a tool kind of for myself because there were like 3 problems I was running into when I was investing. And so yeah, it is partly building it for me, but I am trying to make it nice for the people. Also, I always have liked kind of charts. Like I used to work at Tableau, so I just kind of enjoy it, like cool charts that tell you, that can tell you some things. So I have fun working on that too. So it's kind of like a mix of things. This is our portfolio performance chart. Why do we use the API insights? Yeah, let's add a few tests that test the full save read cycle. Yeah, let's have tests that call the endpoint directly. You know, full end-to-end test. Would you say most of your projects originate from some personal need? Yeah, exactly. They all did. So the AFK AI, I was working on the game, and like I couldn't find a website online to animate the cloth for the models. There was lots of sites to animate like a humanoid and make their, you know, rig them and stuff, but not for like just kind of generalized animations. And same with the others. I think it's pretty common, like try to find an intersection between your interests. So like maybe you're interested in biology or something, and to try to find a project there. And sometimes I think there'll be another project that can spin off of the last project. For example, like with this project, right? We need a lot of data to make this happen. And it's hard to get all the data to build this because a lot of them are behind paywalls. And it's like a lot of regulations and stuff. So we're just going to create our own project that's going to start scraping data, and we're going to build our own portfolio of data. So this is a new project. Like, how are we going to get this data? Who knows? You know, just like try to figure it out. And yeah, I think that's probably a good approach. Like if you're looking for a project, sort of like start with intersection, start something. Try to be like, it should be a tool for you, so that way you're excited to work on it. It's kind of hard to make something in a vague sort of way, like I'm gonna make it for this type of person, but I don't really like it. Like I'm gonna make it for plumbers, but I know nothing about plumbers. You know, it'd be kind of hard. I have to do a lot of research to do that. Or if you're a student, you know, make something for students, this kind of thing. Okay, so we made some new tests. Let's run it. Can you go ahead and add these test commands to the test MD? But you'll notice a lot of those projects, you know, I put them in the description, but some of them are not really finished, you know? Actually, probably most of them. Yeah, I think actually none of them are finished. They have lots of problems. So, yeah. We'll get better at that, actually finishing the things we start. I actually didn't want to test this one. So I imagine we'll get the errors here. Oh wow, they went really quickly for some reason. Did it generate any logs? This one doesn't make sense. I assume these are days or something. Something. I don't know what the hell. Yeah, maybe two. I bet this is 264 days. And it converted it to a percent. But I don't know if it makes sense to. Yeah, that chart's broken. Makes sense. Yeah, that's a good one. This one's broken. Weird. Oh, validate that one. I don't think that's right, but I guess it could be. This one's broken. These ones always work well. Nice. That's good. We might not have TLT. That could be why. Do the E2 tests not output any logs? Okay, so we're gonna pass the failed logs into the thing. On the other tab, I'm working on deploying our new thing for collecting data. Makes sense. Appreciate the insight. You're spot on. By myself, starting projects, focus on making money. Well, and there's something to that, I suppose. It's like maybe a little bit of both, right? Like you can't just like, for example, what I was doing before was a mistake. A little bit. I was just working on things that were fun. Like I was working on the game, and so there has to be. I think it's probably a little bit of both, maybe. Like, can this make money, and am I interested in it? But yeah, what do you want to work on? Or I mean, what I guess kind of what's your general process? I know some people have joined the stream. They start with just searching keywords that and doing like SEO stuff to figure out. Like they look at like sites that say what keywords are good for iOS development, and they pick what they want to work on. Okay, take a little more systematic approach. I'm gonna read what it did here. Let me open up the. What is this? Weird. It's just changing the tests, so I don't really care. So before I deploy, I did like a little test run, and it looks like it's all working. Okay, so I've fixed the tests. Hopefully, let's run it again. I'd like them to work so I can. There, it's working now, so that we can figure out. The reason I want to do that is because I just want to make sure that we make future changes, we don't break anything. Yeah, an ideal project both sides. I think my issue is that I've only ever started something with money mind. I suppose, yeah, it definitely helps with motivation, right? It's like if you're building it for yourself a little bit, like you're excited to use it. Find existing apps and try to build them myself. That's a good idea too. I mean, that's another strategy. I mean, there's a lot of strategies to this. It's like find an app that you like, but there are some problems with, and then you make a better one and try to come up with some creative marketing technique. Yeah, sure. Let me pull it up here. I'm pulling it up because I need to. I should keep it too. Someone posted this and there's a screenshot and I have to find it. Okay, here it is. In this folder. Yeah, here it is. Uses app figures, I think. Let me pull that up. So it's this website. Keywords, mobile apps. So it helps optimize keywords for App Store optimization. I guess let's try a few. So let's say you're trying to figure out like what to name your app or something. Inflation, projection. I don't really know what that means exactly. Inflation calculator, analyzer, projection. But I think there's more you can do, supposedly. I have not tested it. It's worth investigating. Anyways, yeah, I'm not really sure, but apparently this is useful to someone that joined the stream. They're telling me that. So, but I haven't really done a lot of investigation there. But one thing that maybe is helpful when I am doing research on kind of like what projects I'm working on. Sometimes I spend some time working, just looking at Google search trends. See, like, for example, I was trying to figure out, like, with my make music video thing, I was trying to figure out, like, what to call my site making music videos. So I like looked up different keywords to see what are the more popular searches. I looked up like AI music video. Just kind of looked on like what kinds of things people are searching. So it's simplistic, but kind of helps me to know if there's people interested in what I'm doing. And what to name my like tags on the website. Wait, you have another tool? Oh yeah, I have some other websites in the description. They're not like, I can show you some of them. A lot of them are not quite finished. I think I've noticed that. I tend to... We can finish this one. This one's pretty fun. Okay, maybe we just take like a couple days at some point and just like... Just... Because it kind of syncs with music. And it'll do things. We could test it later. I don't really feel like finding a music track. Yeah, we're generating these visuals with AI, so it's kind of a fun one. This is what it generates, and then it syncs to the music when you upload it. My computer can barely run these though. There's like fan going. Oh, wait, Kai, were you here back then? That's cool. I don't remember. This was the other one. We cleaned it up a little bit, but definitely some more to do. Oh, that's cool. Nice. Been here a long time. I was kind of surprised when I started streaming, like a lot of people that were here before joined. I was like, I kind of expected like maybe one or two would be joining. So that's kind of cool. Yeah. It was pretty fun working on that though. Kind of want to work on it right now. Okay, so fix the bug. Okay, so let's go ahead and check what the test did. It says one failed, so I'm gonna... Yeah, no problem, Evan. It's in the description too if you want to look at him. Two issues remain. I guess I'll try running this again, but I don't think I made any changes. Oh, there it loaded. Not really sure why. Strangeness. Yeah, it did actually generate some new ones. Cool. I'm gonna force regenerate this again. Go, I just deployed it. Google Cloud. I'm gonna check it out to see if it's working. Cool. Okay, it seems to only be generating 2 questions. Let's see if it generated 2 more. Yeah, it did. Okay, good. What is this? When Bitcoin experiences negative month. It is very specific. Here's this. I notice it's only generating 2 questions now. Can we add a third? What is this? kind of confused. So you're saying basically like one question failed, so that's why it only generated 2. So you gave it an extra. You said, "Hey, we're gonna make it 4 questions, and that way, if one fails, we at least get 3." Is that what you did? So it won't generate a replacement question. I guess that's like okay, but not really that great. Here's what I'd rather you do. I'd rather you generate 10 questions and then choose the best 3. So let's change the config so it's like just 10. And then we're going to have a validation step. But before that, we're going to have at the beginning of that validation, is it going to be the beginning or the end? Right, the end, right? The end of the validation. I'm adding that to the architecture doc first. We're going to have an evaluator step. That way we get the best questions. We're using the Flash model now, so it's not as expensive. So. Okay, we're going to commit first, though, because we kind of have a working situation going on. I'm going to discard whatever this is. Okay, we're making some changes to how we're generating the questions. The last one is, in these questions, let's throw in a few of the individual company type questions as well. So it looks like this. Well, I'm gonna do this first and then we'll add that. So, okay, implement this. And this is a really a cool experience using the Google Cloud CLI and just like doing everything this way. I enjoy it a lot better. So what do we do for today? We revamped texture v2. A lot of tests. We decoupled the chart logic, so it's more like a renderer, and added more helper functions for the LLM to call. All of our analysis seems we can achieve with the Flash model, which is good for cost and speed. So that is good. We will maybe use it the Pro model where we see enough benefit to justify. We have deployed our Google Cloud function that will run daily and collect data for us on the mobile apps we're tracking, and up-to-date finance info that we will use in our app. For now. We're going to change it away from finance, but cool. Thanks, man. Yeah, no problem. Anytime. Free to join whenever. Oh, cool. Let's keep this one running. So this is making a long-running change here. Whoops. I just said, okay. Looks like it might be running tests. Is it? No, I don't think it is. I'm stopping it because I don't know what it's trying to do. I change the. Oh yeah, it's just running tests. So we can actually go ahead and try it. So now it's going to be a much more. It's running a lot more questions. Hey, time Tigus. Yes, that was a long time ago. That's funny you got here from that though. Yeah, that was funny. That was just like some random stream, and then like. But maybe we should make some more videos on the. That was kind of a fun little experiment, messing with Godot. So over here, it's fixing the tests. So I'm just letting it do that while I'm testing it manually. So we're going to allow it to run the tests because we kind of revamped how our main page is generating. We're making a lot more evaluations, and we're going to start generating different types of questions. That's the next part here. Yeah, now we're working more on like SaaS sort of stuff instead of games. But working on the games was fun. I have a lot of fun doing that. If you're wondering what this is, it's kind of like an investment platform. You can keep track of your positions, and you get news based on your portfolio. It gives you cool data and charts. And you can ask questions. You know, like let's say you have a question about your portfolio. You can ask AI, send it, and start asking about. It sends like all of your information about like what kind of investor you are and things like this. And you can start chatting with the AI. So let's say you're wondering like, how am I doing? You know, so use the statistics and explain it to you. And this is your daily news you get in the email. But we're redesigning this part, so unfortunately I only created one question, so we'll have to figure out that. It usually should create at least 3. This is your AI analysis here. So it tells you like some potential ideas, areas to explore based on the type of investor you are. You can fill out all this if you like in the preferences. Maybe you just care about healthcare stuff. You just want to be generalist. You can add like themes and catalysts and all this. Did you get the ideas from the Quen? Another LLM trading contest where they traded automatically. Actually, you're the second person who said that. I didn't hear about that. So, maybe I should look up how that turned out. So Quen and Quen wins Alpha Arena AI trading battle. Oh, it was a cryptocurrency trading thing. Yeah, 22%. He like totally crushed everyone else. Jesus. That in 3 months. Yeah, what's that annualized? Yeah, definitely interesting. But no, I'm building this kind of for myself a little bit, but also I think it'll be useful. It solves like 2 or 3 problems people might be having for like the average investor. And we're gonna have it so they can connect their brokerages. I have it here. We're 11th. I don't know what that is. It drops like that. Yeah, yeah. I don't know what's going on here with this. Maybe investigate. Did something happen today? Let me look. I don't think so. Oh, it looks like. Let me delete some just out of curiosity. Oh, for some reason it was Tesla. You know what it probably is we're using Y Finance, so sometimes just weird things get returned because it's just scraping stuff. We're gonna switch it. So I don't think it's a bug with our stuff. I guess it could be, but oh yeah, when I added it back, the drop happened again. So I don't know. Let me click into Tesla, see what it says. Strange. I think I maybe see what could be happening. It's like when the percent change is nothing, I think it's maybe setting it to 0 or something. Because we don't get it back from My Finance sometimes, so then our app sets it to 0 because we didn't get it. I think that might be what's going on. See, it's 0, so then it sets this 47,000, and then we drop. Yeah, so that's what it is. Yeah, Tesla's paper nav. Welcome back. But yeah, I think that's what it is. So it's nothing on our end really. Tesla really at 500, almost 500. Crazy. Damn. Yeah. That's what, like, what would have to happen? I mean, like, they're pretty distributed at this point. Don't think one thing could happen. So right now it's running tests. Just while we wait for that, we do. Waiting for the AI bubble to pop and prices become normal. Yeah, that'd be nice. Stock up. I think this calendar looks a little bit out of place, just sort of like a calendar. So maybe we put it at the bottom or do something with it. I'm not really sure. Like you're reading calendar. Yeah. Okay. Maybe you could give a quick summary under or something. And as many fresh secondhand RAM sticks on the market. You worked in quant? No, I haven't. What about you? I wish, man. It's a pretty cool job, although I think they work you pretty hard. You basically have to perform or you're out, bro. Pretty quick. Okay, so when I tried to deploy, it said my database name didn't exist, so I'm gonna go check that out. Pretty sure it does. Hey, we're studying grinding code forces to get to quant. Oh, nice. Yeah. Yeah, that'd be cool. A lot of math, right? Just depends. Gotta study your statistics and your poker. I hear they actually, like, some of these places, it's like they teach like poker during the training, like poker theory or whatever. Because I think it's similar. But obviously, it's like a lot of math, I think. It's just more like use it as like it's a way to teach. Something like this. Code forces. Yeah, I have a hard time like really locking in on that stuff. Like I just never. I think it's for everyone, right? No one likes that. I mean, maybe like a select few really enjoy doing leak code and code forces, but it's such a grind. Card counting. I don't think you can actively predict poker games. We can't predict poker games. But I think it's similar because it's like they're both very uncertain. I think poker is a little more predictable though, because than the stock market though, because you at least have like some you can estimate the probabilities quite a bit better. But yeah, it's like I think it would definitely be interesting just to see how that goes. I would like to just sign up to test that out, even if it didn't pay a lot. That is a nice bonus. God, I like swallowed coffee. Jeez, in the wrong pipe. It's like books I used to do when I was a kid. I guess that makes sense, yeah. It's also probably one of those things like as you get better at it, you probably like it a little more. I just don't like how you lose it. Like you might, like, let's say you practice it in college, you get pretty good, you work for some years. You gotta start. It feels like you gotta start from the beginning. Like it's not really something you, at least for me, you don't really remember that much because you don't ever use it. So it's like, okay, I gotta start. Like, gotta start. Yeah, but the deployment is failing. Why? You have to learn how to learn. When you do these things transfer, we never taught how to learn properly. Yeah, probably true. So it's fixing some of the things it discovered in the tests. Looks like something small. Oh, thanks, man. We're getting there. Slowly but surely. The reason my deployment was failing is because I was trying to store in a database in another project. So I gotta, like, give it permission, I guess. Like another project ID. You guys have any ideas for what we could add maybe to this page? I guess, like, we'll just fill it out as we go. Like, as we get more and more data, we'll just keep filling out for, like, individual companies. We can maybe put some, like, we could try to upsell here, you know? Like, put some, like, we have the answers to this question if you would like to pay. DB are using, I'm just using Firebase. Pretty easy at the moment. Okay, we generated 2 questions. I'm gonna stop this because it seems to be having some issues. So when the S&P closes down more than 1%. Yeah. Open trading view. Have you seen this one? Martin Shkreli. I kind of like this one. I'll log in here. Yeah, someone else told us Trading View. I like it. It's pretty good. we put it in. I kind of like Kind of like our chart. I think it looked kind of sleek. I like the animations, but maybe I'm missing something. I don't really know why the animation isn't working. I guess it's loading for some reason. Oh, there we go. This is Godel. Is this? Oh yeah, this is Trading View. Yeah, exactly. So we could definitely get more of a candlestick sort of thing. See, what do they have on their pages? It's very simple, this one is. I mean, this is cool. Yeah, then you look at ours. Ours is actually relatively simple in comparison. Oh, we do have another branch where it's implemented, so well, we can always add more to that one, I suppose. For some reason, it only generated 2 questions when I force regenerated the today's brief. Right now is the evaluator and everything hooked up, so did everything change, like the config and everything? I got the hiccups now because this coffee. Cool. See you, man. Pranav. Yeah, I'll just go ahead and pass the logs in. Do you see anything in the logs that would explain this? Nice. Got some data. Hey Gremlin, how's it going? Anti-gravity now have pricing up. Okay, gotcha. Cool. Let me look it up out of curiosity. Pricing. Oh, it's through Pro or Ultra, gotcha. Okay, I'm gonna try regenerating again. Hopefully we get our full 3. Okay, I think we deployed our stuff. So now it's actually running and storing stuff, so I'm excited to see what it ends up storing everything in our database. Just tied to their standard, Google Paid account. Yeah, I see that. Ultra Bro. Okay, I'm gonna attach the logs here for this one. Could be. Possible. Yeah, that kind of makes sense. I'm gonna restart the server. For our market sentiment meter that we're creating, is that just running once a week? How fast is Polygon IO? A real time?
When dusk consumes the light.
Damn, that's expensive.
Consumes the light.
I think I've seen. Well, we'll see. Maybe we could allow them to pay for real time, the user. Wow.
I'm haunted by echoes. Trapped in this dark and
Okay, cool.
when dusk consumes the light. Consumes the light. Don't ever fall. I'm haunted by echoes. Trapped in this darkened tale. I'm haunted by echoes. Trapped in this darkened tale. When dusk consumes the light.
Okay, cool. That might work. Let's give that a shot. I think it's a good shot.
Don't ever fall. consumes the light, consumes the light. Dusk comes when dusk comes, consumes the light. Dusk comes the light.
Nice. Yeah, it's our cloud function is running and collecting a bunch of data. That's fun. I'm watching it add apps. Nice. 103, that's good. Cool.
When dusk consumes the light, consumes the light. Dusk comes. I'm haunted by echoes, trapped in this darkened when dusk consumes the light, consumes the light. Dusk comes. I'm haunted by echoes, trapped in this darkened
Confusing. Have to investigate that. Cool. What are our options here? Yeah, I mean, 50 a month is fine for this thing. Do we have any logic? I mean, any logs about the evaluator on how it chooses the questions?
When dusk consumes the light, consumes the light, dusk comes. I'm haunted by echoes, trapped in this darkened day.
Okay, we're going to add a new thing to the today's brief V2. The new thing is we're going to ask a mix of individual company type questions. So these are our deep insight questions.
I sketch your face, hoping you'll feel at peace, but the lines are soft and blurred. I wish for you to know your worth. No one can take your place, so you can live the life you dream, the life that's truly yours. That's why I draw.
So we're going to have maybe 5 that are the macro questions and 5 that are these type of questions. Before you begin, let's create a new doc. And it's going to be Um, just whatever you want to call it, just something about how we're going to add this to the today's brief. The main change here is that we have to make sure to attach the right data based on the type of question, the right data schema.
Hoping to honor you, but the notes are soft and shy. You shine in a way no one.
Yeah, go ahead and add that disclaimer that it's 15 minutes delayed. What is this? I create this. No, no, no. We already have a data loader, so you don't need to call Y Finance again, right? For your data provider. Look, it's already stored. Yeah, so I thought.
When dusk consumes the light, consumes the light, dusk comes.
Yeah, we'll investigate that. It's kind of weird. Need more compute. It's true. I'm working over. If you guys are wondering, if anyone's watching, I'm working over here trying to get everything. It deployed correctly, stored all the data, but I want to put it all in the same folder rather than it creating all these collections. And I think it just did that, so I'm gonna run it again and delete the old stuff. Yes, let's run it. So we're going to use this IAEX Cloud Grow for the prices, 50 a month, not right now, but when we really get going, that's what we'll do. I ran the tests. That's fine. I like when it makes the changes, it runs the tests just to make sure everything's working still. How does this work exactly? Like, so you're getting the different types of data. Are you attaching all the data for every question that we have in market data? Or are you attaching just what it needs for each type of question? I'm just curious. No code. So for a question like this, what would be attached? Like, what schema would you attach? So this is just using the macro data set. It wouldn't actually attach the individual company data set. That makes a little bit of sense. That makes sense, yeah. I will do that, and then I will test it to see what, because it should work in the chat. If it works in the today's brief, it should work in the chat. So they're using the same code, so nice. It worked. Okay. Why didn't it work that other time? I don't know. All right, we made some very good progress. The next thing is I'm gonna work on this market sentiment thing because I don't know, it's kind of weird. In the calendar. Let me see if it fixed the Firebase collections. I can see it evolving. Like, it's just gonna have like so much data. It's gonna be crazy. So much cool. It'll make so many charts. Okay, good. It is creating. Currently run. I guess I will regenerate though, because we did make some changes, so let's see that. For the market sentiment gauge, currently, is it running every week or is it running every day? The script that's updating this meter. Yeah, what's the trigger to update this meter? And now that we got the Firebase data all, this is running every day. Now I'm going to transition how we're generating the charts to getting the data from the database instead of just locally. So we'll do that now as well. Yeah, so here's what we wanted to do. When I click that Generate Today's Brief button, that should trigger this as well. So we kind of have like you can think of it as just like a script that's running all the things that we need for the today's brief. This is one of the things that needs to be updated, and it's going to grab the data it needs to update the gauge, and it's part of today's brief. So it should be stored in Firebase for that day in the insights section. Any data that you are storing for how the gauge looks. You also need to do the same for the I won't do that for now. I might wait to see if this works first, and then I'll run that, because they're modifying the same files, so I don't really want to have a conflict there. So once we know that this is working, then we're going to go ahead and run this prompt to fix the gauge. And maybe restyle it a bit. Looks a little bit like, I don't know, a little silly. Should be done almost. We will see, but in a moment, I'm sure. I think it might have aired out. I'm not really totally sure. Let me see here. Oh no, it's still running. So we did upgrade it to be like 10 questions. So I guess it just, oh, it finished. Nice. Cool. So we're going to add one thing. I think we're going to separate into two categories. There's the macro stuff, and then there's the individual company questions. For the today's brief V2, this also includes the market pulse and the headlines, right? Okay, we'll run this now. I'm going to commit. See, which one of these was the individual company? Let me make sure. Oh, looks like none of them were the individual companies. So I might not commit. I'll just create a new branch. Oh, let's see. I guess I can look at the logs here. From the logs here, how did the individual company questions do? That should have like all of our logs from the evaluator and stuff. I think so. It should be triggered in the today's pipeline v2. This update. It should be part of that. So all the company questions failed. Yeah, exactly. I'm going to wait on this one. It gave the wrong data schema because we're just trying to send what we need for each question. So it sent the wrong data, so it couldn't answer the question. I think it's pretty simple, right? Like, you know, half of the questions you're attaching the macro data set, and then the other half you're choosing some company out of the, some companies out of the data set that we have, and then you're generating questions on them. We'll start with the questions. Well, okay. You could start with the companies and then go to the questions, or start with the question and go to the companies. So, I don't really know. Hey, thanks, Stick RPG. Oh, I just realized this is the same thing as, you know, like when they type the question, ideally they just click like attach automatically, some sort of thing, and it will attach the data we need. This problem is the same problem as this. Like once we solve that, then it's just like they click, and we're going to use that same code for this too, which is like we're going to just figure out what data to attach based on the question. So we'll probably create a new kind of design for that. A Nasrid. This is a larger thing though, right? Which is like figuring out what data set to attach based on the question. So we're going to create a new design doc. We're going to call it what do we call it? I'm not sure. Data schema router. This is going to be implemented both for in the chat when you're attaching data. They can checkbox to attach data automatically based on their question. we're going to use this there, and we're also going to use it on the today's brief when we're generating questions, so we don't have to figure out. I mean, it's just the logic for how to like attach the right stuff. This should be in its own folder, but let's build this plan first. Put it in the docs folder. And this doc is an architecture doc, and then I'll just start with that. Okay. I'm just going to go ahead and commit. I think it's roughly fine. We know the problem. This is our new prompt. That's a lot of patterns. I'm just curious, in this file, did you talk about this at all already? Or did you not talk about it, how we would choose which data to attach? Don't make any changes, I'm just wondering. Exactly, okay. Just making sure we didn't already implement something and I didn't notice. Okay, so let's read our doc that we got here. Where did it put it? I use Whisperflow Zooest. It's kind of weird. Don't think. Yeah, this is dumb. So we're definitely not doing this one. We're doing option B. Because it's just like, use the LLM for the doing kind of that. We're using the Flash model for everything, so it's kind of cheap for us to call the Flash model. So that's why I say that. So today, if you guys are wondering, we added a lot of system prompts. And I'm going to make a video after this stream talking about it. But the LLM likes to, Opus 4.5 in particular likes to like do hard coding stuff. Well, I think they all do, but we run into it a lot. So we added a system prompt to try to stop this kind of thing, where it's just like, whether it's hard coding data or like putting something explicitly in to take out of a string or something, like some regex. You kind of want to avoid that because it'll create some bugs. So I'll show the system prompt. It's here. Yeah, it is here. No, it's not here. It's this one. Those are system prompts that we've kind of like, we're adding to it like every day, every other day. But yeah, so definitely say this. It likes to not remove old code because it thinks you're like, you already have users and you don't want to break stuff. So one thing we've had good luck with is, I think today, it's something I can say with some confidence of like adding the tests before is a pretty good pattern, because then as we're building it, it's running the tests every time, making sure it doesn't break things. Seems to be kind of a nice, it slows things down a bit. It feels like it, right? You're waiting a little more, but it's nice to know, hey, it still works or it doesn't work. In which case, it's like, okay, well, at least I know it doesn't work. I don't have to test it manually. Do I know Pliny the Liberator? I don't know this man or woman. Yeah, let's do that. Okay, so we're gonna do option 2. So go ahead and rewrite this doc, but we're doing option 2. So we're gonna be using the LLM to choose which master schema you could think of it to attach. We're gonna have another file that basically is like the high level of like each data set, and it's gonna choose based on that file, like which one to choose for each question. Before you continue, do we have a full schema file in this folder, right? Yeah, I mean, that makes sense, right? Like, try to get people to break stuff. There's definitely some stuff I have to fix with mine. I'll do that and then I'll deploy it again. Right now, if you go to the website, you'll see it just doesn't load because I want to fix it first before I deploy it. Let's see if do you think we should just pass in this high level schema in our new design, we just pass in all of that schema. I don't think the file is that big, right? And then the LLM just chooses based on that. I think that makes sense. We don't need a new file. So rewrite this architecture doc with our new approach. Yeah, sure. Yeah. If anyone's interested in that, once I fix the problem that I have currently, I will redeploy it, and you guys could try to break it. So it's rewriting the new design doc. I found this is kind of a nice way to do it. And then we build the tests, and then we continue. Yeah, thanks, Dozenor. Yeah, you know, that would actually be kind of a fun thing we could do is like, you guys, we all post our apps, try to break each other's apps. Obviously, in a non-malicious way, but in a helpful way. Yeah, like dog fooding. I think that's the term, right? Okay, so we have our new doc. So is our new prompt. Goes here from the today's brief and from the chat to choose, if the user selects, to choose what data sets to attach to their question. That way they have recent data and long-running historical data. In the architecture doc, can you include that it's called from the chat, and also it's going to be called from today's brief architecture v2? Or today's brief v2, I meant. Okay, I added that. Let's see, where to put it? At the bottom, probably. Oh, here it is. So it has the integration points as part of the file, which is nice. Okay, I think we're good. Okay, you're gonna go ahead and do this. Make sure to scope the changes and create lots of tests, but let's create the tests first maybe. Let's create the tests first for this. So you're gonna create a new test folder. Make sure to output the logs into the output folder. Make sure to store it. Each log should be a new folder, like on the date. So don't overwrite existing folders. Make sure to use the Gemini 2 Flash model. Make sure to use the right data set. We should make all this a system prompt too, because or like we're gonna make like a prompt for each. That's fine. That takes too long. But like whenever we make tests, there's like a set of instructions we want it to do because it tends to make the same mistakes. I'm just gonna copy this maybe for later. So this is, we're gonna change this later so it doesn't do that again, where it just like uses the wrong data. Like it uses our actual data instead of the test data. That's what I mean. In this case, that doesn't matter. I don't think we need that data set. No, we do. In the market data test, if we don't already have like a master schema like we do for market data, go ahead and create that. So it just starts making a bunch of unit tests. And then we'll start the implementation. Once it creates the schema, I might stop it because I don't know if I don't think I attached the. I'm gonna attach the file, like the edited file, one more time, and maybe clear it. And I'm gonna attach the file, so it was. Yeah, see you, Kai. Take it easy. Yeah, tomorrow. I'll be coming off soon here. Like another. I don't want to implement this, then I'll be done. This thing's spazzing the hell out. cancel it. I do not want to edit this right now. Let's see what's it doing here. Did it already make the test? It's good. The test file. Create sample. Oh, I see. It hasn't created the data yet. So you can create the data. Just do it the same way that the data loader does it for our market data. Now, where's it getting this data from? Are we getting this data from? Oh, that's cool. Before I make any more changes, I'm just going to double check our old stuff works. I'm pretty sure it does, but just want to double check. You guys see it's much faster now. If anyone was here from before, because we're using the Flash model. It's cheaper too, which is nice. So that still works, so that's good. I'll try one more, just real quick. The harder one. Can't remember if I need to attach SPY or not for this. I probably do. Oh no, do I? Okay, cool, I don't. Nice. Okay, so I want to make the change where we are actually using the database now. So before we were just storing it locally, but now we have a cloud function that's running and storing on Firebase all of our data, our mobile app data. So we're going to connect it to that now. So let's go ahead and, so this market data is under our Firebase at this location, this collection. So it's under research data. And use our change from using this one to our Firebase, this location. It's the same data. It's just at this location. So it's the same schema and everything. So go ahead and try making these changes, but just do it for the sentiment gauge. Don't do it for everything yet. We're just going to use this to test that, because actually, you know what? Before implementing, just create some tests, implement it, and then run the tests. And we're going to validate this way. We can do it all in one because that's a small change for this one. It's just this gauge at the bottom here. So it's fine. That kind of runs over there. Just generating sample data for our tests, so that's okay. Today we added this section so you can click and go into the individual companies. It's kind of a simple little page, but we'll add more maybe. Add more things as we go. Okay, this is a good reminder. I added in my cloud code not to check .env files, but I didn't tell it not to check the Firebase credentials. So yeah, I'm going to do that over here. I'm going to change the global cloud code settings not to read that file. So right now what we're doing, if you're just joining in, we're building a bunch of tests for our new feature. It's going to be our auto. Well, I'll show you what I mean. So right now, when you ask a question, you have to attach the most recent data yourself. These are the types of questions you can ask and generate charts. We're building a middle layer for both this and the today's brief when we generate charts that will automatically figure out what data to add. We're going to pass that through the LLM, the Flash model, and it will attach based on our data schemas, which higher level data schemas to attach. So we'll just attach what we need and we'll send it, and that's what we use to answer the question. So in effect, there'll be like a little check mark here. You'll click attach data automatically, and then you ask a question, and then it will show, boom, these are the data sets, and then it comes over here, and you can ask, and then the data sets will be attached to the conversation. So it's like, okay, cool, I want a new chart. Make this Apple returns versus NASDAQ chart when semiconductors fell, a table. I don't know. See if that works. I don't know. Maybe it will. So in this case, it didn't. So we have to make sure to make sure that the conversation has this attached. I think the current bug is that it is attached to the conversation, but if you leave and come back, then it no longer is. So we have to fix that. That is what we're working on at the moment. So when I was working on we set up like a cloud function to update the stuff every day. It only stored 1 day of market data, so I'm making it, that's one we can grab a lot of, so it doesn't need to do that. So I'm changing the script over here. Looks like the market data only grabbed 1 day, so let's grab as much as we can for probably 20 years for the individual companies, and as far back as we realistically can for the macroeconomic stuff. I'll just set a date, like 50 years or something. Can you explain what these tests are doing? What are we testing exactly? I don't think it's implemented yet, so if they pass, do something else. Maybe it's just testing this file. Oh yeah, they actually already implemented it, so it is testing this file. Interesting. Can you show me all the example? Create a doc of what the output would be. Just show me what the tests, the result is, right? So it's like, what did what do we output from this service, or whatever you want to call it? Output from this file. Okay, good. Here's what I was looking for. So Apple, Nvidia, Tesla, Microsoft, Meta. We need to add more complex questions, though. You need to add more complex questions. Look at this file as an example. So these two files have our hard questions. Let's add a lot of these, and we need to validate that came out with the right data sets to attach. Also, you need to make sure that just because it says Tesla, right, and it matches, does it actually match the schema? So double check that. So we're on this side. I'm backfilling the market data, Firebase. I'm gonna check how big the market data folder is real quick. Okay, it's only like 50 megabytes, so it doesn't matter. Okay, so now it generated a lot more tests. We're gonna see how that goes. And then once that works, which I think there's a good chance, we'll attach it to the chat and then today's brief, and then we'll run it again, and we'll see how the auto attaching of the data works. That'd be kind of cool. That'll make it much more fun to experiment with, so I don't have to click around and attach everything. Let's see how many tests I made. We know how long we're waiting. No more of this music. I'm switching it. If you guys are wondering why I'm waiting, it's because I don't want to make any changes that are like, we do minor things. But like for big changes, I want to run the tests and make sure it's working. And then we'll continue going. We can do minor stuff. Like, I guess we can like look around and see if we see anything. I mean, there's some things we could do, like start working on the visuals for this guy. A little bit weird. Can you make the market sentiment look a little bit more minimalistic? Like less bright colors, everything more muted? Okay, cool. We got our logs. 100% worked on the macro questions, 87% on the company questions. Oh, perfect. Yep, the only ones that failed is because we haven't put in the data set yet. We're only playing with limited data at the moment. So that sounds pretty good. Let's go ahead and hook it up and try it out. Let's go ahead and hook it up to the chat. And what you should do is there should be a checkbox that's like auto attach data needed for question or some way to phrase that that's concise. And when the user selects that and clicks send, then it should run through this pipeline and select the data we need. Yeah, I might commit, I guess. Looks a little better. Even more muted than that. Like right now it's at like 60%. Bring it down to 20% color. Also change the design a bit. Try a new iteration for the shot. Did it run these tests? Not really sure. I'm not going to commit yet because I'm going to check that. Yeah, I actually even liked I kind of like it a little better, actually. Did you already run the tests for this? The tests that you made for this sentiment analysis? And then once I'll commit, then I'll run this chat and we'll hook it up. Oh, looks like it didn't. So. That's fine. We'll hook it up. Oh, already ran. Oh, no, it didn't. Yes, it is. It's in markets data. I get the data. Research data / market history. For macro and research data. A Lubio. And then market data. I'm just gonna send that, like, YOLO. Should add a checkbox. Hey folks, if you're red teaming the app, do not do a DOS on it. That's not Diobron's app. That's the server infrastructure. Not just his, just app exploits. Well, you can't even DOS it so much yet, because it's not even, I put down the Google, it's not connected to it. So it's just for sell. I guess you technically still can, but. But, yes, don't do it. So it does exist. This is what's in Firebase. It's not a local storage. We're doing a mobile app. This is a mobile app, but it works on mobile, so it's kind of designed to be used on mobile. Yes. No, you're right, Gremlin. Someone wants to do something, and they know what they're doing. They could probably. I haven't connected it to Cloudflare yet, so that's another thing. I will do that if that becomes necessary. But at the moment, we're just we're still building, so. What's the app about? It's like an investment tool. You can track your portfolio and get news specifically on the things that you care about. So you got like preferences, and you can select what you want to get in an email every day. Fill out what type of investor you are, and you can make a bunch of cool charts. Something really weird happened here. Oh, that's because sent it to the other LLM for some reason. Gemini Flash just like freaked the hell out. But you can generate a bunch of cool charts really quickly. Like within like 5 seconds, it'll generate a chart. This might not work though, because we're making a bunch of code changes. We'll see. See if it works still. Yeah, so we're making code changes. It's not going to work at the moment. But you can make a bunch of cool charts. You can ask about like review data. We have Google reviews on like 60 apps. Yes, this is true. I think you can go and inspect elements and click the mobile, right? Something here. on Safari, so I don't know where it is here. Oh, on Chrome you have it anyway. There's a place to click mobile. That's fine. Yeah. If you guys see it, let me know. It's fine. I checked it on my mobile device. It seems to be okay. I mean, not perfect, but we'll fix it. It's kind of hard to navigate between the pages. We use some video loading service like Replit or Rocket and end up always having to use credits in 2 days. Yeah. Yeah. Makes sense. Yeah, cursor's probably pretty good. I've seen some people on Twitter talking about Replit, but I don't know. I never tried it. So it's not able to find our Firebase collection for some reason. Could be here. Oh, there's no caret in the location. Oh, I see. I haven't tested on a tablet, so I guess tablet might look a little different. It's not triggering the right stuff. We do have to. I'll switch to Chrome because I think on Chrome you can. I'm sure you can on Safari too. I just don't know where it is. I don't care enough at the moment, but I will look later. Oh, the test pass. This is good. Oh, nice. All right, let's give this a shot. So we're going to put in the question, see if it auto attaches the data we need for the question. Kind of fun. It says the test pass. So. Makes you so mad. Yeah, I don't know. You have to explain it, I guess. Cool. So it did auto attach the question. I mean, if it makes you mad, just know that this does take a lot of effort. You know, in order to build this, it's like it's still not like, you know, you can't just like be sitting eating potato chips. You gotta actually. We did a lot of design to get things to work, as I can show you. We make a lot of design docs, and we redesigned over and over and over again to get it better and better. So it's not like you know, I am a programmer, so it's not like this is like anyone can go make this stuff. So I don't know if that's why you're upset or not, but I hope that helps a little bit. Well, I'm happy. This auto-attached the data, so we can try a few more questions. And then we're going to test today's brief, and hopefully that will work now with the new company kind of questions. In Safari, when about Mac, you could write large. Nice. Pretty cool. Pretty cool chart, I would say. All right, so now I'm going to see if it's... So did you already hook this up to today's brief v2? Did you already hook this up to today's brief v2? The new architecture is that today's brief should be calling this for all the company questions, right? We're generating 5 macro questions and 5 individual company-based comparisons and these kinds of things. For those, that second category, that's where we're going to send it through this pipeline we've just created. Before I do that, though, I'm going to commit because it feels like we've made some pretty good progress. I don't want to break anything. It is a little, I mean, we didn't really test this market sentiment thing. I feel like it's not working, so I don't really like committing it, but it's a small enough change that I'm willing to commit it because it's just like a little gauge thing at the bottom. This is just our tests, so it's fine. Initialize data schema. Yeah, this is just our new routing that we do. Okay, I think we're good. I'm just gonna put this, so add routing for chat, so it auto attaches data and some sentiment styles, gauge styles. Okay, now we're gonna hook it up here. Do you have a refactor limit? Setting into spaghetti. Yeah, refactors are dangerous. 200, that's a bit, I feel like I can do refactors of 200, but I generally, with refactors, it's like, I start with, oh no, you're exactly right, actually. I do start with, when I do a refactor of a large file, it's like 200 to 400 lines I'm doing at a time. I'm not doing the whole refactor at the same time, because then it's just like, everything's just messed up. So I think we had the same experience. Hey Marlon, for me, I really enjoy this work. I think it partly helps if you work on a project you like. I really like charts, and I like investing and things like this. So I'm really interested in, like, when I'm generating a new chart, I'm like, huh, interesting. So that partly is how I work. I couldn't work on anything this long. Only things I enjoy. So yeah, but at least anything where I care enough to not be faking. Never mind. You know what I'm saying. And for the $200 plan, I never reached the limit, so you must be really going at it, man. Like, you must be running like 6 at the same time. I'm doing maybe 2 or 3. I think that's about right for me. So you're using AI automation. Nice. That's cool. Yeah. Coding. Yeah. Nice. What languages are you using? I'm using TypeScript, using Python. Okay, so it's running the integration tests. So I don't know if I want to do that though, because we have a ton. Let me see which ones it's running. Okay, good. It's just like a few of them. All right, cool. Let's test it out. So the way we're going to test it out is we're just going to regenerate today's brief, and we're going to send the logs over, and then we'll know if it worked. We're making like a financial investor tool. Sorry, I've said it so many times it just becomes a bundle of words. But it's like a newsletter. It knows what kind of investor you are. Sends charts. Sends how you're doing. It's a portfolio tracker. Yes, feel free to check it out. Although right now the server's down, so you can't use it at the moment. But yeah. Yes. Oh, thanks. Thanks, Brick Gaming. Appreciate it. Let's see where I can. Nice. Is she like in charge or something? I don't know. So this takes a little bit. I'm willing to wait. If it works, I'll be happy. As far as, well, I was doing something on the other screen, so I'll do that, I guess, because we're changing we're running this script it's going to collect data every day on Firebase for us to use. I mean, it's a cloud function to update Firebase. I think I'm running out of tokens because I'm currently working on a pretty large code base for a social app. Nice. Yeah, I guess if you're attaching a lot of files, but respect, I don't even think I'm that close to, let's see how much today. I mean, I've pretty much solidly been going. So we're at 55%. So I'm not even 3/4 of the way through. And I guess it just resets, so I don't know what it was for that 5-hour period, but I didn't hit it. Oh, my audio output is too low. Thanks, Ben. Appreciate that. Thanks for letting me know, because sometimes so I'm going to turn it up a little bit. I only know when I rewatch it. Well, hopefully it's both. It's both. Yeah, I feel like if it's just YouTube and the app is like really bad, I don't know if that's sustainable. Be like, although maybe you could make like a video how I failed at vibe coding or something. Have you ever used GitHub Copilot? I have. It's pretty not good, right? It's kind of, unless it's better these days. I haven't tried it in a long time. Wow, this is taking a pretty long time. Let me look if it's still working. I guess we're generating 10 questions, and then it chooses the best 3 to show on the homepage. But maybe we should make it 6 because this is kind of long. Nice. All right, that's not good. All right, so I'm gonna send the logs in. Figure out what went wrong here. We should probably just save this as a file somewhere. So take a look at these logs. We're currently getting this error on the front end. So let me know, did we succeed in the company specific questions? Was it able to figure out which data to attach? Wait, am I really at 10 hours? Oh no, I'm not. I still have another 30 minutes, Shri, but I'll Maybe I'll just do it because it's 10 hours. It's kind of like a... I did an 18-hour stream. I was gonna do 24 hours, but I was like really tired. But maybe I'll do it one day. Yeah. Oh, great. The router integration is working. That's good. Nice. Okay, but 4 out of 5 company questions failed. It's not good. Separate issue. The sentiment data is missing. Oh, that's related to the stupid sentiment gauge thing. I forgot about... We probably should have just discarded that. It was not worth fixing, because... Yeah, for now, just like the sentiment data, let's just comment out the sentiment stuff. It's not that important. So just, you know, comment out the thing on the page for now. We'll fix that tomorrow. Maybe we'll put it in our doc. So we got the attaching data working today. It's pretty cool. I think honestly I like how it is right now. Well, there's some things we can improve, so I'm gonna keep it to do. Yeah, I think that's it. What were we gonna do though? Oh right, fix the sentiment gauge. It currently gives this error. Okay, so we comment out the sentiment gauge. We generated our 3 charts. I don't know how it's still here on the page. We commented it out, I thought. Why do I still see the market sentiments on the page? Just wondering. No changes. It's probably just commented out the part that got the error, I guess. Oh, it only... Okay, gotcha. It's fine. So I'll just maybe put that in the notes, because I'll definitely forget that. Yeah, I'm going to the gym after this too, actually. Oh, okay, maybe you'll see there. Maybe we can figure out why. Before I continue, I'm going to make sure the attaching data still works, but don't want to break it. Nice. Yeah, Gremlin, I kind of get what you're saying for sure. It does annoy me a little bit sometimes, for sure. Like, especially when it feels like it added uncertainty sometimes. Like, I feel like I added something, but now I know less about what's going on. And then, especially, yeah. So I totally get what you're saying. Like, I feel like I feel like I'm getting a better balance of things as I'm going, creating these documents, and then creating the tests is making me feel a little better. But and it's preventing problems. Hey, how's it going, Local Montana? Welcome back. Let's try to fix why the 4 out of 5 company. Let's get the questions. So on this particular issue, what were the questions? I'm just curious. Right, right. That makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, Local Montana, before the Nightbot would have banned you, but I saved you. I turned off the caps warnings. Caps is okay. Is this an easy fix? The adjusted close? I think we do have this, don't we? Yeah. No, feel free to use the caps. I don't care. It's going well. We made some really good progress today. So we make it so it automatically attaches data. You just do this, click this. You don't have to worry. We'll do it for you. And it's much faster. It works with the Flash model. And cheaper. Look how fast. That's pretty cool. And we're adding on the today's brief. It's going to generate, and now it's going to generate company-specific charts too, not just like macroeconomic stuff. And we added a new page. You can go into Microsoft and see specifically about Microsoft on your portfolio. That's pretty, yeah, pretty simple, but we're gonna clean up a few things though. This market calendar thing, I don't know. We'll maybe change this, and the sentiments thing will be different too. And we're probably gonna add more stuff. It's gonna be in here. So a good analogy might imagine tomorrow or over a year, all apps everywhere change to you, inputting through headsets to AI and all controls and everything. Yeah. No, I get it. Seems like it's kind of probably accelerated the changes, I think. Well, for me, it's weird, right? Because I come out of college and I learned all this stuff, and it's like, okay, now the field is like, feels like it's quite a bit different in like 5 years. Granted, I don't think all the stuff I learned the fundamentals, which is really important to be able to do this, even with AI and stuff. So, but 10 years from now, it might be different as well. So, it is kind of weird. It definitely will be different 10 years from now, I guess, on this trajectory. So I don't like that it did this. So another thing it likes to do is it likes to add fallbacks by default, but the problem is this can create some nasty bugs. You're like, what the heck is going on? So I try I put in the rules for it to not to do that, and it kind of didn't obey me. So instead of a fallback, let's just change it. You know, we don't want fallbacks. Creates bugs, and it's confusing. College grounding is very important. Plus, let's face it, college is more than just learning. That's true. Yeah, it is pretty fun. Her Majesty's. Is that England? I don't know. Cool. Okay, let's try it. I'm gonna regenerate again. It's gonna take a little bit, but before I do that, can I go ahead and change the config? Let's make it, it's only gonna generate 6 questions, 3 macroeconomic, 3 individual company questions. I guess that's fine. It's just gonna show all 6 questions. I don't really care. Use Expo. I haven't used Expo. But it sounds like people have recommended it, so I don't know. Irish. Went to UCL in London for free. The Brits were like that with the rush. Yeah. But college is pretty fun. Around lots of like-minded people. All around your age range. That's a nice thing. Once I started working, I was like, damn. Well, that makes sense. I used Android Studio, but I agree it is quite slow. Starting everything up. Using Gradle. Okay, one more pattern. If it works, pretty stoked. Oh, it's completed. Take take a look. Oh, it looks like it was 3. Interesting. Nice. It worked. So this individual company. I'm going to attach the logs, though, just to make sure. Yeah, the economic calendar works. It gets your positions and shows the earnings. Like, for example, I own Microsoft in this portfolio. This is not my real portfolio, but so it puts the Microsoft and Tesla earnings on the calendar. This is not like super unique though. Like pretty much any brokerage has this. So I don't know. We'll have it somewhere, and we'll send it in their email. I guess it's just a nice thing. But yeah, let's plug in the logs and see how many of these worked. But I think it looks like they all did. So 2. We only saw 3, but the final thing made it seem like they all worked. Summary. So just clarifying, did all of these work? We didn't get any errors. Hey guys, if you don't mind, is there like a huge delay? Because I notice like I'll say something and then there'll be like this whole stream, it's been like 5 minutes later, the person will respond. So I'm not sure if it's like either I'm delayed or they're delayed. I'm not really sure what's going on. Okay, so 5 or 6 validated successfully. Which one didn't? Oh, that's because we don't have AVGO, I think. Do we have the error for why this? I think we don't have AVGO, right? Can we go ahead and add that one? Yeah. Locomoto, Loco Montana, sorry. Locomoto. We'll add that as a good idea based on maybe they can configure what alerts to send. Actually, I like that. I kind of like that. Because I might do that too, just so I know. You know, because like a lot of brokerages have it, right? But you don't necessarily know. Like you don't look every day at the calendar, like, oh, this is happening. It'd be nice to get in the email, and you can configure what you care about. Maybe Fed news or something. Create a custom alerts in your preferences for the calendar. Hey, Shield Codes, how's it going? 10 seconds delay. Oh, gotcha. Thanks, Gremlin. Cool. So let's go ahead and send that. Oh, there's a delay. Gotcha. It is what it is. I don't think I can do anything. I'll look in the settings. Maybe I can. Of OBS, but not too confident. Okay, the LM generated code that used integer periods instead of string periods. Okay. But how come it didn't work on the regeneration? Because don't we do 2 retries? The idea here is we will accept that it won't work sometimes, but we'll try a retry and maybe we can get 95%. Because if we're using the Flash model, you know, we added all these helper functions that can call, but at the end of the day, we just have to accept that sometimes it's going to fail, and there's not much we can do about that. But as long as it's like 95%, I think I'm reasonably happy. And the other times it fails, if we can just like maybe forward it to the normal LLM. That's what Perplexity does. When they can't do a chart, they just tell you stuff. Custom alerts, some very solid default settings. Nobody has that app. Yeah, that'd be cool. Yeah, we'll add that because I think that is cool. Interesting. Gotcha. Huh. Okay. So fair enough. The log showed that we had one question generated, generate again, did not succeed. Okay. Fine. Maybe we could try to figure out like roughly what's our rate of failure that we have to accept. All right, I think I'm going to start a new design. So I'm going to commit this because it's working pretty well. Do you think in the background, your instance from Anthropic of the model is being given your style, methodology, and so on over time and learns how you work? Oh, I see what you're saying. You think Anthropic's pulling some smart analysis on the back to figure out what's going on? Maybe they run like little experiments. I guess you could determine whether that works based on the usage pattern of the user, right? If they don't use your model anymore, you do like these A/B tests of like, hey, is this working? We can't really tell. We'll do it. We'll publish it on like 1,000 users to do little experiments of like trying to train on them. And if they use it less and less, then we know it failed. If they use it more, then we start to publish more users. It's not a horrible idea. Can you tell me a little bit more about this though? So the script that it generated, right? Show me the script that it generated. How complex was this? So we want to try to build an understanding of like, when is the LLM likely to fail? Like maybe there's some ways we can improve the prompts to reduce the failure rate, depending on what the script is. One way that we've done it thus far is just to add a bunch of helper functions that it can call, and we document it. Okay, I see why this question failed. There's 4 different assets that it's building a comparison with. That makes sense. And realistically, probably not a lot of people are going to ask questions with like 4 different assets, situations going on at the same time. Like an advanced user, maybe. But that's a little bit crazy. And if they want to do that, maybe they could just put it in the pro model. Yeah, local Montana, we do have that. We do validation, but you're right, we could probably do more, right? We validate that the occurrences are more than 0, and we validate that it compiles, and we validate that the chart, we have an extra validation step at the end where we send the chart to the LLM, and that's our evaluation step where we figure out which are the best charts to show in the today's brief. That's the last step. So we'll never show charts that are just, well, not never. But I think the idea is like with today's brief, that's something I will manually send out every day. I will look at it for a long time because it doesn't take that much work. You just look at the charts and you say, that looks right. maybe run some tests, make sure it looks good. I think we should probably run some tests. Run some tests on the script or something. Yeah, but you're right. I think we should probably add more stuff there for validation. We don't want to send out false info. That's kind of not great. Yeah. Or like broken info, like the chart just looks awful. That's another scenario. So I think it'll never be totally fully automated, that today's brief section. Because like that's just a one-time thing for everyone. Yeah. That's the idea. We're building every day. We have a cloud function that's running and building historical data on mobile apps. So that's our first set of data. It's already going right now. It ran today. It's going to run tomorrow. In a year from now, we're going to have a year of historical app data, which I can't buy unless I spend $700. Like, it doesn't exist, apparently. I can't find it. So I guess, like, okay. So we'll just do that for a lot of stuff. We'll just build, scrape everywhere that's legally it's okay and not against the terms of service, and et cetera, et cetera. But we'll find the right places to get the data. Add a max cap to assets at the same time. Slowly max quest. Oh, I think you're saying like send the charts in. Yeah, we do send the charts in. Oh, you're saying maybe retries. We do 2 retries. We could make it 4 retries, you know. I don't know. The original idea is to train a model on market data. The original idea is to bring in a bunch of data and have it really accessible for people. So right now we have mobile apps data, but we're going to add jobs data. We already have Fred data, but it's not in the questions yet. So we're going to add Fred data, jobs data, like we'll like track Indeed. We'll just bring in as much as we can that's interesting, and then people can just ask a question here. Hey, I'm going to build a chart. I wanted to see what's the job growth of the last 10 years, and we have the data. So then we make you a chart real quick, and the charts will be cool, and they'll have, and you can choose which type. So like, for example, this one, right? I can say use a table, and we'll test this out. Will this work? I don't know. So it didn't work. Let me try again. So I'm going to say, make this a table. This is a good test because maybe we broke this, because I think we did have something like this working. I will try the one that was working before. Dang it. Let's see. It was this one. Okay, that one works. What if I change that one to be use a line chart? Use a bar graph. Open, yeah, we do have open and close prices. We're using Y Finance. So this one worked. I think I know what's going on. Maybe we couldn't, with this other one, use a table chart. Or we couldn't use a table to represent it. It's possible. Maybe a table wouldn't make sense for this, and that's why it didn't work. I'm not sure. Anyways, yeah, we do have the open and close data. So the user data from worth a lot of money, which I think privacy policy saying you're collecting user data. Let's see. I think you're right. I think we do have a privacy policy here. So when you use Prism, we collect count information, portfolio data, references, usage data. So I think we're good on this front. I don't think I'm collecting anything else. You know, if you could add an ability for traders to log their trades. Yeah. So we're definitely going to do that 100%. So in the portfolio performance, you can put your when you bought it, but you're right. There's no way to add the trades yet. But you're 100%. We're going to add that. I actually really want that. So that's probably like one of the things we'll do next few days. And then eventually Plaid. So connect to your brokerages if you want. And then you got all your data there. We'll probably just get only the position data, something like this. We don't really have a need for anything else. Sorry, a nerd marketing thing. I'm in Europe for GDPR. Oh yeah, you're right. I forgot about GDPR. Yeah, we should figure that out. Thank you, Gremlin. I'm going to make sure to look at what I need to do to be compliant, I guess. I think I just have to put in like some sort of, isn't it just some sort of like pop-up or something and they have to agree? I'll keep the back end down until we get all that stuff. But I think that's probably one thing. Probably with GDPR, you need to maybe put more stuff in your privacy policy thing. Not really sure. Nerd marketing thing. Let's see, how is GDPR marketing? Is it like... Sure. Like, can I advertise, hey, I'm GDPR? Like, I think it's just you have to be, right? It's not like a... I think there's little things you can download. The model will know it inside out. Maybe it does. Oh, nice. Cool. Yeah, let's do that. All right, guys. It's been 10 hours. I think I'm going to head out. It's been a good one. I'm going to go to the gym. And I'll see you guys later. We made some good progress today. I'll just go over quickly what we did. We make it so we can automatically attach data. We can ask a question and get a result. We added a new page. I click Microsoft. I can open this. And what else we do? We deployed a cloud function to collect data for us. We did a lot of work on the pipeline. We totally rewrote some things. And I think we're now in a pretty good state. And we changed the model to Gemini 2.5 Flash. It's quite good. So yeah. See you guys. Have a good one.